Yo, what's up? I'm back to grind on the Sunday. Really excited to play today. I haven't played in a week, so let's see what happens. I've already started some tournaments. Here we have the $11 mini Sunday kickoff, the bounty builder, some sort of satellite that I'm gonna try to qualify for. Let's see if we can play the Sunday million today. I haven't played in a while. That's because I have caught a cold, and I got a little bit sick, so I still have a little bit of a fever, and my nose is a little bit runny, but I'm gonna still play because it's Sunday. You know, Sunday there are double prizes, so you know there are a lot of people playing, and there's lots of potential. Here we have some kind of a limped hand. Have a pair of fours. I validate it. My opponent called. The river is a 10. It's not necessary for my opponent to hit this 10, but I'm gonna check and see what he does. Okay, he checks back instantly, so we win. We win against, I think, some sort of... I was gonna say some sort of ace high, but okay, he had a draw, like a straight draw. Here I'm gonna mix. I'm not always gonna open. Okay, this time I'm gonna fold. Because queen jack offsuit doesn't really perform that well when you're under the gun. Okay, king queen. In the satellite, actually, I'm 10 big blinds. I'm probably gonna jump queen high. I get called by his queen. That's unfortunate, but it's okay because there's another satellite starting in 11 minutes, so it's actually fine. I was late for this first one. Anyway, so king queen offsuit here. I'm gonna fold against a raise and a 3-bet. 9-7 off could actually sometimes be a raise when we are this deep, like 60 big blinds plus. I think 9-7 offsuit could be a raise sometimes from the button, but when somebody opens before us, we can easily fold. So okay, let's see. 2 plus 2 is 5, is 4, plus 1 is 5. So I'm registering another satellite for the Sunday million. Here again, king jack suited. It's a great hand, but when there's a raise, a call, and a 3-bet, it's just not that great. We can just fold. Like when there's a raise and a call, and then somebody 3-bets, you usually want to enter the pot only with a 4-bet or a fold. Like when you enter the pot, you enter it with a 4-bet, and I don't think king jack suited is strong enough to 4-bet. And yeah, maybe it can be used as a 4-bet bluff, but I prefer using king queen suited as a 4-bet bluff because, you know, it blocks strongest hands. Like, for example, our opponent here could be bluffing, 3-bet bluffing with ace jack, let's say. And when we have a jack, we make it less likely that he has ace jack. But when we have king queen, he has, you know, it's completely possible for him to have ace jack. And at the same time, we block ace king, kings, queens, and, you know, ace queen. So king queen is a much better 4-bet bluff than king jack. Yeah, I'm gonna apologize again for having a runny nose. It's just some kind of cold. Okay, so let's see. I should be live now. Yeah. Let's open my stream and mute it. Okay, let's open the chat. Okay, so chat is here. So where can I put my chat? Last times it was in some places that I didn't like. So maybe here it will be better. Yeah, here it's fine. Okay, we have in the bounty builder. Can I switch? Oh yeah, I switched. We have a limper, so we're gonna play a pot. If this guy calls or folds. Okay, so he calls. We can just check, see a flop. We hit nothing, unfortunately, but that's fine. Come on, dude. Okay, so there's an ace on the turn. Usually, we don't have the strongest aces here because, you know, ace king, ace queen, maybe even ace jack, we would raise before the flop when there's just calls. So it's not a huge range advantage card for us, and I'm not gonna bet it very often. So I'm gonna check again, even though we have a good shot. Okay, so we're playing the board basically. Hopefully everybody else is playing the board and we can just chop. What the fuck is happening? Okay, we can check. My computer is laggy for some reason. Like my mouse is when I do this, it's just lagging. I don't know why. Okay, this guy bets the river. Like he could be trying to get us off a chop, but when there's a bet and a call, I'm just gonna fold. You know, it's not worth to call just to see if I chop. Yeah, maybe I'm gonna miss out on like 20 chips, but whatever. And this guy has a straight, so yeah, we fold it. Here we have deuces on the button, 200 big blinds deep, so we're just gonna... Actually, I'm gonna mix some three bets, but yeah, very little, so we're just gonna call. And if we flop a set with deuces, like 200 big blinds deep, we're gonna really get to win a big pot. And if we don't, we can just fold. Okay, so on this board, he's betting half pot, we can just fold. It is a fold, definitely. Here I raise before the flop and I continuation bet. Now the turn is a spade. I'm gonna try to bet again with a small size, see if we can get some folds. It would be better to do this if I had the king of spades and the jack of hearts, not the other way around. We get called again, so I'm not gonna bluff this hand. If I had the king of spades, maybe I would consider bluffing, but we're just gonna give up. He has ace-6 offsuit. Yo, Stefan, what's up? My man always turning on the stream. King 10 suited, definitely a great hand. Like you can open it from any position, even under the gun. Same with King 9 suited actually. We get squeezed though, which is, you know, get squeezed to a pretty big size, and usually when people make it this big, it's not really a bluff. It's like, you know, it's ace king, maybe tens, nines, jacks. Usually it's not aces or kings, like it could be, but usually with aces and kings people make it a little bit smaller just to, you know, bait you into calling. Like that's how they think. But yeah, usually we're not ahead of the range with king 10, so we're gonna have to fold against the squeeze. Our opponent goes all in. I expect a call here, and he's got aces, so yeah, that's something. He didn't make it small. And we would have actually won. Destroy them. Yeah, I'm gonna destroy them. Obviously, it's Sunday. Thank you, thank you. Okay, this guy makes 3 times, so that's not a very good preflop raise size. Like usually you don't want to go bigger than 2.5 preflop. We're still gonna call because our hand is suited, we're in the big blind, so we already have one big blind invested, and our hand is very rarely dominated because it's 3-4. Like people are usually gonna play high card hands, so 3-4 rarely gets dominated. And being in the big blind, we play, as I said, against min races, we play every suited hand. Against 3x, we don't play every single suited hand, but we still play a lot of suited hands, so we have an advantage around the fushes. So as soon as the fush completes on the board, we can start betting, because it makes sense for our range to bet. And we get called, so now we're gonna up the size on the river. We're gonna bet big, try to get value from worse hands, and our opponent folds. But we still got some value on the turn, so it's fine. Here, the satellite, another satellite actually, it's starting. I'm gonna need to check what I have to eat today, because when I'm sick, I usually don't feel hungry. Like it's always like that. When I get a fever or some kind of a cold, I always eat like at most 2 times a day, which is not really good because I'm trying to actually gain weight, or at least I'm supposed to. Here this guy, he's making 3 big blinds. We're gonna call. We hit top pair, which is good. He checks. I'm gonna start with a big bet. Like big, I mean it's not 33%, it's gonna be 6-7, because it's a board that it's a hand that needs protection on this board. So, and I'm 3-bet bluffing actually in the bounty builder with Jack 7 offsuit against the button. It's a rare play. I'm not gonna make it all the time, but okay, we're gonna get back to that later. Here we get check raise with top pair, so we call. Turn is a king. We get bet into again. Here we're continuation betting after we hit 3-bet. We get called. Turn is another raise, so we're gonna check. We have showdown value. Obviously calling here, not gonna fold yet. River a queen, which is not good for our hand. If our opponent bets, we're probably gonna have to fold. Let's hope he checks. Okay, he bets really small, which is kind of strange. Okay, we get completely destroyed. River is a 10 on the other table. Here I'm still gonna fold. Like this small bet, I don't know. It doesn't make much sense. River here is a 10, so we actually have nothing. We have Jack high, because our pair gets counterfeited, so we're just gonna fold against an all-in. Okay, Jack 7, it's not the same situation. We're not in the big blind, so it's an easy fold. Why is my mouse wagging though? It's annoying. Like when I do that, yeah, it just teleports somewhere else. Like I do that, and then yeah, see, it just teleports on the edge, and I'm not like changing the way I move It's just a whack. Okay, we have queens in the satellite. We're gonna start with a raise because we're deep. We hope to get, 3-bet, or we hope to get jammed on. Yep, exactly. So we go. He has kings. Amazing. That's a nice setup, blind versus blind, queens versus kings. It can get better. Yeah, actually it can. When you have kings and he has aces, so there is worse. So what am I doing? Okay, limps. Okay, I'm gonna go all in because we just have like 2 big blinds. And there's no re-entry on this satellite, so I guess most likely we're gonna go out again, except if we flop 3 sevens. Then we're probably gonna stay. Yeah, I spoke too fast. Now there's a flush on board. I still have the 10 of spades though, so. Okay, so now we don't have trips, we just have a 10 high flush. I definitely spoke too fast. Let's hope we win though. Let's get bets, which is not good. People don't usually bet 8 high flushes. So, yeah, queen high flush and we're out. So, jack deuce, I check on flop, I limped the small blind against the big blind, check on flop, and now the turn is a jack, so I'm gonna start betting big, because we need to get value with this. He has a 9, which is, I don't know, somehow it's relevant, so he decided to show it. I don't know how. King queen in the bounty builder. We're gonna isolate a limper. Okay, I need to register more tournaments though, because action is kind of slow. Like, it's a Sunday, we have to tire ourselves. So there's some kind of EPT tournament. Yeah, EPT stands for European Poker Tour. And there's a tournament that actually has prizes and like money prizes, and on top of that there's also like EPT tickets. So if you perform well, you can win a ticket for a satellite to Monte Carlo, which is, it's gonna be fun if we can win something like that, but it's not a huge chance. But I'm still gonna try probably, because it seems like a good tournament even without the EPT prizes, the satellites. Here I defended Jack 10 offsuit in the big blind. We're gonna check, as we usually check most of our range here, so there's nothing out of the ordinary. Let's get bets, we have nothing, so we just fold. Queen Jack offsuit, raise it. Okay, so registering the EPT, registering the Sunday marathon. So yeah, there are a lot of good tournaments today. I'm gonna register another satellite for the Sunday million. Hopefully I get lucky one time. That's all I need. This guy called. I'm gonna check out of position, because usually when our opponent calls in position, he's gonna have like all the broadways, like 10 jack, 10 queen, 10 king, jack king, king queen, ace jack, ace 10, like a lot of the broadways. So we usually want to play very defensive out of position against an in position caller, because he has like all the connectivity around this board. Like he's gonna have a lot of strong hands here. He bets really small on the turn, so I'm gonna call again because I still have a pair of jacks, which could be good, and I have a straight draw also. River is a 4 of spades, not the greatest river. Let's hope he checks back. Bets again. Well, he probably, I mean, yeah, there's a big chance he just has an ace, so I'm gonna fold. I think I'm gonna have much better hands to call with here. Like I'm gonna have a lot of ace x, and I'm gonna have king queen. I'm gonna have some flushes even, so no need to call with a pair of jacks. King jack off, or jack king off, however you wanna say it. I'm gonna mix between a 3-bet and a call. This time it's a 3-bet, so 3 times as we're in position, and we're a little bit deep, so I'm gonna make it a little bit bigger than 3 times. And our opponent folds, so we just win it pre-flop. Okay, I'm gonna need to type in what I registered. So I registered the Sunday Marathon, and I registered the EPT and another satellite. I'm actually like typing in all the binds and all the money that I've won from certain tournaments in an Excel spreadsheet. So it's a really good idea if you're just starting to play poker, and you're playing micro stakes, to get into the habit of actually writing down what you're investing, like how much money you're investing in tournaments and how much you're getting out. And the reason you need to do that is to actually, at the end of the year, if you play for a whole year, to see if you're actually a profitable player. Because if you just play and don't keep any account on your finances, there's a big chance that at the end of the year you're like, how much did I make, or how much did I lose? I'm not sure. And when you write things down, it's really much easier to keep track of your finances. So it's a good financial advice, because poker is very much, it's a card game, it's fun, but at the same time you're always investing money. So you need to get into the habit of actually managing your money if you want to be profitable at the game. And here we have a break, so I'm gonna check what I have in the fridge for today, and I'll be back after the break. Okay, so I'm back. I do have something to eat. I actually have a lot to eat, so I'm not gonna die of hunger. It's fine. The bigger 4-4 started. Okay, I was just about to be in the big blind, and I got moved to another table, where I'm, just about to be in the big blind. I don't know if me actually eating is heard on the stream, like if the mic picks it up. But given the fact that my mic is just my phone that I've connected through Wi-Fi, it's probably, if it picks it up, it probably doesn't sound very, it's probably not as good as in the ASMR videos. So I apologize for the eating, but I have to survive somehow. I need to eat. So pocket jacks, it's a raise. Okay, so we flop good. We have the overpair. People, yeah, I was gonna say that people with these stakes usually lead when they have something, and that's just what happened. If I had 8s, 9s, even 10s, I could jam, but here I'm just gonna call. Like with the lower the pair, the more it needs protection. So against this size, we could just just jam. But I think that we can call and just get it in on the turn. Like he's probably gonna bet again if he has a 7. So yeah, we're just gonna call. He has 8-5, and we didn't really need the jack, but it's fine. So ace king next hand, great hand. Now this guy could be, people are very emotional with these stakes. So this guy could be thinking, oh my god, I just lost a huge pot. Let's try to get a win and win the chips back. And he could go a win with some, marginal hand like ace 4. And we do really well against that with ace king. So we're gonna see. And this guy goes a win now. Okay, he just calls. Maybe he wants to win chips back, but he wants to do it in a slow way. Like, he starts betting again. Against this huge size, there's a person behind me. I can't just call with ace king. Maybe if it was, one-on-one, I could just isolate jam now. But when there's a person behind me, like I can't. I just can't do it. So I'm gonna fold. It's kind of annoying because it's a huge bet. So usually what happens against these huge bets is that I think I've explained it many times, but you just when you make such a huge bet, you just get called by better, or you make worse hands fold. So there's really no point to these bets. Like yeah, he's gonna win this time, but anytime I have an overpair, I'm just gonna get all his chips. Like one hand ago I just got all his chips with jacks. And when I don't have a better hand, I'm just gonna fold. So now he makes it huge, pre-flop, 4.7 big blinds. So this guy's kind of crazy. It's a little bit annoying to defend against this size, so I'm kind of considering jamming, but it's very likely that he's just gonna call the jam, so I'm just gonna call. I have a suited ace. Okay, I flop nothing, so I'm gonna have to fold because he's probably gonna bet pot again. Like, that's just what he does. He just bets huge. Like, for example, if he raised this huge with ace 8, let's say, and I jam, I think he's gonna get angry. He's just gonna call with ace 8. So there's no point jamming preflop with ace deuce. If I knew that he was gonna fold, hands like ace 8, ace 9, okay, maybe I can jam ace deuce, but I'm not sure in that, so. Now he's taking a lot of time. Which is not really, in his style. Like, what I was expecting is just insta pot bet, insta bet 888. Okay, so did he check or did his time run out? I didn't see, but whatever it is, I'm gonna check again. Like maybe he has something really good and he's trying to make me think that he has disconnected. I don't know. Maybe that's his strategy of winning chips. And I still have ace high, so I could beat hands like king queen, king jack, king 10, like the king high hands. I could have gone on win here. Like, okay, so he checked with the bottom. If he checks again. Here I could have gone on win, but I decided to mid-raise. Like, both plays are fine. I'm gonna check still the river. Again, I have ace high, so I'm beating king high hands. Let's see if he checks back, or if he finally decides to bet. Yeah, he bets. I'm just gonna fold. Ace queen raise gets through. Everybody folds. And now the blinds are up. Okay, so here I'm just gonna fold because I don't think people bluff enough. Here I'm defending queen 8 offsuit, just in raise. And to get a pretty terrible flop. So yeah, he's gonna bet one big blind a lot on this board, and we're just gonna have to fold because he connects with this board really well. Here I called with sixes in the cutoff against the hijack raise. I'm gonna have to call once, like against the c-bet. Okay, we turn on 6, greatest turn, can be better. So there's a double flush draw on board, there are no straights available, and we have a set. So I'm definitely gonna overbet the turn. I'm gonna bet 150%, which is, like 15.5 big blinds, because I'm gonna try to get all the money in by the river. Let's see if we get called. I also unblock all the king X, the jack queens, the, combo draws that are gonna call. Unfortunately, we get a fold. But, that doesn't mean that my bet was a mistake, because when you have big hands and like really strong hands, and you're in position and you're very deep, you just want to get the money in. And the only way to get the money in is to bet big. Here we get 3-bet, king 6 suited, I'm just gonna fold. Too weak, don't need to defend it. I'm gonna defend maybe king 8 suited, king 7 suited. Like even king 7 suited is a little bit on the edge. I'm gonna defend every suited ace probably, this deep. But I'm definitely not gonna defend king 6 suited. Maybe sometimes against certain opponents, but not against, people who I consider to not be bluffing enough. Top 2 bear, obviously great. We're gonna start with a small bet because we hope to get check raised by a weaker king X, like king jack or something. We don't get check raised, but turn is a 9. There's a double flush draw, so I'm gonna go big again. We need to get the money in. At the same time, there's a double flush draw, so we need to protect against that. So another big bet. And we get a fold. So kings here. There's a raise. We have 10 big blinds, so you know it's when you get down to like 15 big blinds and lower, usually you want to play all-in pre-flop or fold, mostly. Like not every single time and every single position, but mostly. And especially against a raise, when you have 15 big blinds and lower, you just find hands that are good to go all-in with, and you go all-in with them. And the ones that are not, you just fold. You don't have much of a calling range. So this guy folds even for 10 big blinds, which is unfortunate because when we have kings, we hope to get called actually. Like if I go all-in with, let's say, king 10 suited there, I'm really fine with a fold. Like king 10 suited, he's folding, I just win like, what did I win, 5 big blinds? Yeah, 5 big blinds for, you know, basically nothing. Like I didn't even see a flop. But with kings, I was hoping for a call. So, you know, 12 big blinds, we just jump. Easy decision. We get like 1000 calls. So here I'm gonna start with a check because there are a lot of players behind. And in the 11th hour, we actually flop 2 pair. And I think top and bottom is like flopping top pair with 2 pair with the, you know, the top pair and the bottom pair included is a very good way to balance your calling range. Like if we always check raise like 2 pairs sets and better, when we check call we're a little bit weak. So, you know, top and bottom is a very good way to balance the calling range, so we have strong hands in our calling range. And our opponent checks, so I'm gonna bet small here with the 2 pair, hope to get raised somehow. Like usually, yeah, I haven't got a fold. Usually we're gonna, when our opponent bets the flop and then check backs the turn, usually it means he's capped, like he doesn't have the strongest hands. And we want to attack capped ranges with huge bets, like with really big bets. But I'm gonna have some block bets also, so I'm just balancing that by including really not that, you know, strong, not that weak hands into my block bet strategy. So king 10 here, I'm gonna jump against the cutoff for 12 big blinds. It would be a little bit better if the hand was suited, but still. Here the, what is it? Paris starting. So let's hope we get a fold now. Like when we had kings, we hoped to get called. Now we get called by 6s, so we flip. I saw the 10, but there's also 6. So our opponent flops a set and we're dead. I'm gonna re-enter. I think this tournament is soft enough that I can afford to do it. Ace queen here, I'm gonna mix some 3 bets. So okay, this time it's a 3 bet. A little bit bigger than 3 times because we're deep. And our opponent folds. Okay, definitely a fold. Here in the bounty builder, there's this guy again making a big raise. I'm gonna call with queen jack suited. Like what is what is this? This tournament starts off with 500 big blinds. Like deep stack poker, like when you get to 60 big blinds, 70, 100 big blinds, it's really difficult to play. And when you have 500 big blinds, it's, I don't know, it's insane. Okay, so I just noticed that my mic wasn't working. So I don't know how long that has been an issue, but everything I was saying was just not recorded. Here, I mean, if we're up against aces, it's gonna be annoying. If we're up against queens, we win. I don't know if we're supposed to value bet. We don't have a diamond, so I guess I'm just gonna check. Like, there's 200 big blinds in the pot. We can just check it. You know, if we're up against aces, we lose. It's queen. Okay, so our opponent was bluffing by check raising the turn. And we have kings again. So everything I was saying was, you know, probably not recorded. What I was talking about in that hand was that we're really, really deep. So usually when you're this deep, you don't want to 5-bet a lot. Like, there's not a lot that you get called by when you 5-bet. So that's why I decided to call the 4-bet and not 5-bet. Here we have kings again, so we're gonna 3-bet again. Okay, there's an ace on the flop, which is annoying. So we're gonna check back the flop. Kings is a good way to, you know, check back ace high boards. Let's hope our opponent checks. Okay, our opponent bets, but he bets really small, so we're gonna call. See a river. The river is not great, but it's fine. Okay, our opponent checks, we're gonna check back. Queen jack, so he has nothing. He wasn't even supposed to be calling the 3-bet preflop, so we got more value than we should have. Here against 3 opponents, with a jack, I'm gonna mix between betting and checking. This time I'm gonna bet. Usually you want to check on flush draw boards more than on rainbow boards when you're out of position. And that's because, you know, people have an easier way of continuing when there's a flush draw. Like, it's much easier to defend the flush draw than it is to consider which high card hands you need to defend on rainbow boards. So we get called by 2 people, which is a little bit scary, but I'm gonna continue betting because I think people like call with really bad hands in these stakes. I think there's still some, you know, jack 10 offsuits, for example, that shouldn't be a call preflop, but that they called with, and I can get value from jack 10 offsuit very, very easily. Okay, so we get 2 folds, which is also fine. Queen jack is gonna be a fold from under the gun. I need to see what people had in this hand. Okay, it's not actually available. This is actually the, what is it, Sunday mirror set. Okay, ace queen in the 11 hour kickoff. And ace king in the satellite. So let's see, blind versus blind. I don't know if my mic was working when I said it, so I'm gonna say it again. You want to play polarized in the big blind against the small blind. which means that you raise your strongest hands and you raise your worst hands, like deuce 9 offsuit, 3-10 offsuit, 4 jack offsuit, stuff like that. And you know, ace king is definitely one of our best hands, so we're gonna raise that. We're gonna check this flop. I'm actually looking at squeezing here. That's why I was, not paying attention. Because I checked out of position here. This guy bet. This guy folded on the button. He was in the hand on the flop, and I got a call from the small blind. So I'm squeezing here as a bluff. I have the ace of hearts, which blocks some of the strongest continuations that our opponents could have, and we get one fold, which is great. Let's hope we get 2. Okay, we don't. Our opponent calls. We have an easy call here. We check the turn, check the flop. We have ace high. Our opponent has a bluff, so we win. Here I'm gonna check back on the king turn. Like, it's not a good turn to continue bluffing. I don't think so, at least. And you know, we dominate all the other draws. Like, if our opponent had queen jack, queen 9, we dominate that, so we're gonna win a showdown against that. So we're just gonna check, hope we win. Opponent has ace jack, so yeah, ace jack also we dominate. So we win that hand. We don't need to bluff. Here I have king 8 suited that I called pre-flop against the button raise. And our opponent checks back the flop. I'm gonna check again. Like, I'm gonna bet some of my strongest kings. I'm gonna start betting them on the turn, but when we have a king with a weak kicker, I'm gonna actually check it again. And to keep, my range protected and, reaching the river with a king, I'm gonna have to value bet it. Okay, we have fold. Pocket 5s, defend in the small blind. This guy jumps 40 big blinds. We are not gonna be able to call that. Like, his range is gonna contain a lot of 9s, 10s, jacks, stuff that we get crushed by, and all our cards that we just flip against, so we're never ahead. And as well, when this guy calls, there's like no chance we have the best hand. So ace king versus queens. These guys are racing. Eight nine. It's usually a raise from the button, but given how short the big blind is, I'm gonna fold and I'm gonna give the chance for this guy to jump. Okay, jack this offset here. We're gonna defend against the min raise from the bottom. Every jack, every queen, every king, every ace. I'm just gonna defend because the min raise gives us really good odds to do that. And now we have a board that's, pretty heavily advantageous for us. So I'm gonna bet small and try to win it. Okay, we hit a jack on the turn, so I'm gonna bet again. Again, I'm betting really small. I'm probably even gonna bet one big blind. Just try to get value from some kind of a weak pair that's gonna fold to a bigger size, because there's a straight available, and even for one big blind we still get a fold, unfortunately. Okay, so let's see here, ace 8 offsuit. It's an easy raise. Okay, we get a win. We're all win with ace 8 at another table also. So we need to win against ace 7. Looks like we're gonna do that. Great. And we went all in against the button open for 25 big blinds with ace 8 as well, but we got a fold. which is, you know, fine actually. We don't really want to get called when we have ace-8. Ace-king suited, definitely a raise. Okay, we flop like amazing. There's a huge chance that our opponent has nothing, but as this is still a board that I'm gonna c-bet all the time, so I'm just gonna bet one big blind. Even though our opponent's probably gonna fold, yeah, even to one big blind. But it's just too obvious that I have something really strong when I check. Like I usually am never gonna check this board. It's just so easy to bet one big blind and win with my bluffs. So when I have something, I'm also gonna need to play in the same way. King Jack offsuit in the tournament that we're still very, very deep in. Like huge amount of big blinds. Okay, so our opponent raises from the cutoff. We're gonna mix between a 3-bet and a call. This time we're gonna 3-bet. Again, we're gonna make it bigger because we're deep. We're gonna make it 7, not 6. And last time we did that, we had kings, so, you know, maybe our opponent, yeah, is gonna be a little bit scared. He's gonna fold. Ace-5 suited. Okay, so that's a great 3-bet bluff candidate as well when we're this deep. Our opponent limps though. And there's another limp. So I'm actually still gonna use it as a bluff. I'm gonna squeeze and I'm gonna make it 5. As again, we are really deep, so we need to use bigger sizes when we squeeze and we 3-bet and so on. I'm gonna need to turn on my light though, because my eyes are getting tired. It's really dark in the room. Okay, so we get called by what, 3 people, and we basically have nothing. So I'm on this board. I'm definitely not gonna start bluffing. Like there's a really low chance that everybody folds if I bet. And also I got disconnected, and you know I have aces on this table. So let's hope I reconnect again soon, because otherwise I'm gonna be a little bit mad. Not a lot, but a little bit, you know. Please. Okay, so I'm back, and my aces aren't folded. My ace-5 suited is folded though, because somebody bet, but it's fine. I was not gonna call anyways. So here we have aces. We're gonna isolate. Why is my scroll not working? We're gonna isolate. We're gonna make it 4.5 out of position. Okay, so out of position, playing against 2 people. Usually I'm gonna c-bet this board. Sometimes I'm gonna check, but very, very rarely. And if I'm gonna check, I'm gonna do it with these suits exactly. So this time I'm gonna do it, because I rolled a low number, but I'm not gonna check very often usually. Okay, so, you know, that's obviously a great card, but it also makes it really, really not very likely for our opponents to have something. And, you know, starting by checking, I'm gonna check again, even though this is a card I'm usually gonna bet a lot. So our opponent bets. There's a huge chance our opponent has nothing, so I'm not gonna check raise. I'm gonna give him the chance to bluff if he has air. So yeah, he bets again on the river, and I'm gonna check raise him, obviously. Having a full house. So I'm gonna make it 69, you know, for the memes, 69 big blinds. He goes all in. Okay, that's snap call. It's 6s, so we destroy him. Set versus set, that's very, very, very lucky for us. So we get a double up there, nice. I also run a bluff that I couldn't show in another tournament. So I defended the big blind with 5-7 suited, 6-8-8, very favorable board for the big blind, because our opponent from the hijack is not gonna have the offsuit eights, so we have an advantage around trips. We also have an advantage around sixes, which is not the strongest advantage, because our opponent can have overpairs like nines, tens, jacks, queens, so on. But it's a board that we're gonna check raise very often. So when our opponent bets, we use this straight draw as a check raise bluff, and our opponent folded, which is nice. So we just take it. 5-10 suited. I'm gonna mix. Sometimes I'm gonna raise this. Okay, this time I'm gonna raise. Small blind strategies are very complicated. I can't really explain why 3-10 suited, 4-10, 5-10 suited, jack deuce suited, jack 3 suited are raises, but they just are. There is some reason to it. Okay, so we flop a first draw. I'm gonna continuation bet it. You get a fold, nice. Okay, so we get a raise by the cutoff. I'm gonna mix again between 3-bet and call. This time it's 3-bet. Oh, no. Man, I'm so mad that I can't listen to music. I really love listening to music when I play poker, but YouTube doesn't allow it. Okay, so we get jumped here. We can't call with King 10. Here we have an interesting spot. I'm gonna squeeze with ace jack if my scroll starts working. So I'm gonna make it 9 big blinds because we're really deep. Okay, deuces. 4. Okay, ace works as well, but it's funnier when there's a 4. Ace king. This guy limps, so he's gonna get punished. I'm gonna make it 3.5. It's really important to punish people when they limp, because people at these stakes especially are not gonna just call the big blind very balanced, which means that they're usually gonna have pretty bad hands when they do it, and sometimes they're gonna have the absolute nuts like aces and kings, but it's pretty rare. So here we're 200 big blinds deep, and we isolate a limper, and then we get 3-bet, which is like, we already made a pretty huge raise, and we get 3-bet. So ace king offsuit here, I'm just gonna use as a call. I'm not gonna 4-bet it. I'm just gonna play, a huge 3-bet pot in position, because, being 200 big blinds deep, like, what happens when I 4-bet and I get 5-bet? Like, I can't really fold, but if I call, I'm usually up against kings and aces. It's not very fun. This is a huge bet on this board, and I'm gonna fold actually. I think I'm not gonna have a lot of hands that call this pre-flop 3-bet. So when I do call it, I'm gonna have 8s, 9s, 10s, jacks, maybe king queen suited. So I'm gonna have definitely much better and stronger hands to call with on this flop. And when my opponent bets pot, it really makes me like not have to defend a big part of my range. I can just defend my strongest hands because he's making a huge bet. So ace king is not really a difficult fault on this board. So we have a break, and what am I gonna leave on? I guess I'm gonna leave this tournament on, and I'll be back after the break. Okay, I'm back. Just in time. We have ace queen in the marathon. So I need to get used to the idea that the starting stack is actually 8,000 chips, not 10,000. So we actually have a double starting stack, not just 150%. We get squeezed here, which is annoying. Because, being this deep, ace queen also doesn't really perform that well. You usually want to play, when you're this deep, you want to play hands that can make the nuts. And those are usually suited aces, not offsuit, so I'm gonna fold. Here I'm gonna jam, actually, in the bounty builder. There's a, 170 bounty, just 4 big blinds. So considering it's a really small part of the starting stack, yeah. I got caught by Jack 7, which is really annoying, because he shouldn't be calling with that. That's exactly why I shoved. But we still get called. Here I have a straight, and I'm gonna bet big. Because my opponent checked the flop. Am I gonna re-enter the bounty builder? Let's see. No, I'm not. There's already half the field is missing, and bounty builders usually a big part of the prize pool is the bounties. So when half the people are knocked out, there are not a lot of bounties. I have a straight, so I'm value betting. Even though there's a flush on board, there's a full house on board. Like, it's really, this river is like one of the worst rivers probably. But I still hope to get called by a 10, and yeah, that's why I'm value betting. So yeah, my opponent called me with ace 10, great, exactly the hand I was targeting. In theory, he's probably supposed to be calling with ace 10 if he has a diamond, because he's gonna have a lot of flushes to call with, but I don't know actually. Here I'm gonna 3-bet, I think. Yeah, 3-bet, and I'm actually gonna have to call if this guy goes all in. Okay, so we get a fold. Okay, there are a lot of hands going on. I'm kind of trying to click all the buttons. So here I'm squeezing with tens against a lot of people. Maybe I should have even made it bigger, but whatever. Okay, we get 4-bet, which is, actually scary because it's a huge 4-bet. So, squeezing, we get 4-bet by the person whose range is the strongest, so I'm just gonna fold tens. Like, yeah, it could be ace king, and I could be folding a flip, but it could also be kings, queens, aces, so the combinations of things that dominate me are actually more than the combinations of hands that I flip against. And being more than 100 big blinds deep, it's not that tough of a fold. Had I been shorter, like if I had 40 or 50 big blinds, yeah, then I could have gone all in, because he could be doing it with ace queen also, which adds a lot of combinations of things I flip against, not only of things that crush me. Okay, so 10 more levels is what I need to survive, and if I survive them, so 10 more levels, every level is 5 minutes, which means like 50 more minutes. And then there's a phase 2 of the satellite, which starts at in an hour. And if we get into top 100 there in the phase 2, we will actually be playing a $109 tournament today, the Sunday Million. So let's hope we get lucky. Like I've done it before, actually a lot of times. I have played in the in this first phase of the satellite. I've qualified for the second, and then I've qualified for the tournament. So it's definitely not impossible. I'm even gonna say that it's not that difficult, because usually what happens is that the phase 2 part of the satellite, there are a lot of people who have just forgotten about it, or I don't know, something has happened and they're just sitting out. So there are a lot of free big blinds to collect from people that are just sitting out. So I'm even gonna say that winning the phase 2 is actually easier than qualifying for the phase 2 in phase 1. So if we get to phase 2, we actually have, I think, a pretty decent chance of playing the $100 tournament today, which is gonna be exciting. As you know, we are grinding micro stakes, but it's also fun to, like, when you can qualify for a $100 tournament from a $2 satellite. It's always fun to take a stab, because even if we don't win something big, even if we just win one bounty, because it's a knockout tournament, we're gonna get like $25 for one bounty. So imagine if we get a little bit luckier and we win 3 bounties. It's $75, which is like really good for the stakes that we're playing. It makes a huge difference in our bankroll. So yeah. Here I'm calling. Here's Jack. I'm not gonna use this hand as a check raise, probably. Can't stop right now. Stop calling me. Okay, so this is a really huge bet. I'm gonna call it. I mean, I probably have to. Okay, that's maybe this turn slows him down a bit. Okay, so he does slow down, and given the river is a 9, I'm probably gonna have to bluff this hand, because I'm gonna have Jack 10 here, and I'm gonna have flushes here. So I really don't have many high card hands, and this is probably the only high card hand that I have. Maybe ace 10 also. So I'm gonna need to turn this into a bluff, and our opponent folds, which is nice. Always nice when you bluff and they fold. So let's see if it's something urgent, the call that I got. Okay, so it's not urgent, the call that I got. Okay, I apologize for being a little bit distracted. We have 6s here in the big 440. So we're gonna defend. See a flop, king 3-3. I'm jamming actually in the satellite with king jack because there are like 15 big blind stacks and less behind. We get called by his deuce, which is, I don't know if it's a good call. I don't think it is, but we get called by it, so we can't do anything. Here I'm squeezing with ace king. And we get called. So I'm gonna continuation bet this board. Like, this board is usually a board that I'm gonna probably range bet when I have 3-bet before the flop. And you know, our opponent probably has some kind of a pair. Like, now that he calls the continuation bet, it's usually, his range usually consists of like some flush draws and some kind of pocket 8s, pocket 7s, things like that. Maybe pocket 10s that now turns a set. That's also possible. I don't really want to get, like I have a 1.5 to 1 stack to pot ratio, which means that I have 150% of the pot, and if I bet and I get check raised, it's not gonna be fun. So I'm gonna check behind the ace king. Yeah, I had hoped that this river was gonna be a club, not a heart, but now that it's a heart, I'm probably gonna have to fold actually against this bet, which is annoying. I don't really like folding, but I don't think we can call with this hand specifically. King jack offsuit here, I'm gonna mix, so it's a really low number, I'm gonna fold. Usually I'm gonna mix between fold, call and 3-bet. Like, it's pretty indifferent between all of the options. Jacks in the marathon. Actually, earlier I got called by ace deuce in the satellite, and I said that I didn't think it was a good call, but now I remember that actually the guy had 6 big blinds, so maybe it's not that bad of a call. Like, with 6 big blinds you can just call with any ace high. Here we're out of position, so we usually want to play more defensive, and jacks, you know, on queen high board are a great way to check. So our opponent checks back behind in position, which is it's good. We're gonna check again. We're gonna have a lot of other stuff that we can start betting, like for value, stronger hands, and also we're gonna have bluffs. So this hand is a good check, I think. And now that we get to the river, I'm probably gonna have to value bet it. I'm gonna value bet small, hope to get called by pocket 8s or 9x. Okay, we actually get called. Let's see what we got called by. We got called by 9x, ace 9. So yeah, exactly the hand I was targeting, which is great. So when I suited, I'm gonna raise it. The guy in the big blind is a little bit short, so that's why I'm just making it 2 big blinds, like the min raise. Because usually when I have strong hands, I'm gonna want him to call. Now we get 3-bet though. And this guy, he's a little bit short, so playing a suited connector is not that profitable against short stacks. I mean, he's not really short, but he's short enough as to where 7-8 suited is not a great defense against a 9 big blind 3-bet, so I'm just gonna fold, give him the pot this time. 6s in the marathon, which is, a decent hand. We can flop sets. Also we have king jack suited in the satellite, which we are min raising and everybody folds. Come on, man. This is going to be fold. Okay, so sixes, I'm gonna mix. Okay, this time I'm gonna raise. Like usually I'm gonna lean more towards calling with sixes, but sometimes I'm gonna raise with pocket pairs. This board, I think I'm gonna c-bet. Actually, I'm gonna check. I don't gain much by c-betting. I don't think I'm getting called by worse usually. The only reason that I thought about c-betting was that I was getting some protection against, you know, hands like Jack 9, let's say, that have overcards, but maybe I'll c-bet more with deuces and threes and less with sixes. Okay, our opponent checks again. We just have another pair, so we're gonna check and try to bluff catch. Maybe he bets, and hopefully he doesn't bet. So we can just get showdown and win. Bet's really small, so I'm gonna have to call. He has ace-8, so he has a full house, which is, you know, nice that we didn't start betting. Queen 9, definitely a defend in the big blind against the button. We hope a pair of nines. So our opponent bets, we're gonna have to call. Turn is an 8, check again. Okay. We actually river a 2 pair here, so we're gonna go for a big size on the river. I don't think on this board our hand is strong enough to check raise, so that's why I'm just going for a big bet. And let's hope we get called by some kind of, you know, worse hand. We don't. Whatever. We got called in the satellite though. When we had three jacks. We got called by pocket tens, I think, yeah. Here our opponent bets, so we're gonna have to fold, especially when it's, you know, three-way. You know what the annoying thing is? I have a cold, so I'm usually gonna feel colder. You know, it's like when I have a fever, the air feels colder, so my hands are colder. And you know, I could turn on my AC, for example, to make it like warmer and not feel so cold. But just when I get a cold, my batteries for the, you know, the remote for the AC, they actually run out. So now I can't even turn on my AC, and I'm stuck here in the cold. But I'm playing poker, so everything is fine. I'm gonna make it 3 to isolate the guy who limped. Let's hope we don't get jammed on, because we can't call. Okay, he just folds, which is great. We win it pre-flop. This 5 definitely a fold. No. Okay, so ace suited. Every suited ace can be a raise from any position except under the gun. When you're under the gun, the only suited ace that you fold is ace suited, and you raise ace 3 suited, and like ace 4, ace 5, every single one. Okay, we got called by a player in position, so we need to be careful. We're gonna start with a check, especially when we have ace with the weakest kicker. It's good to throw some ace-x in our checking range, and this one is probably the best. This turn, complete some 2 pairs, like for example ace-10, king-10, it completes jack-queen. So again, we're gonna keep our checking range protected. I'm gonna check again. Our opponent checks again. So now maybe it's the time to value bet the ace. I'm gonna go for a little bit of a bigger size, so I'm getting... Why is everyone calling me today? Okay, so I'm value betting. And did I get called? I don't think I did. I think I got a fault. Yeah, I got a fault. So we win that. Here I'm gonna continuation bet with 8-9 suited. Okay, so we win. Great. Ace queen. Okay, we get 3-bet. It's a really small 3-bet, so we're definitely not gonna fold. Question is, do we actually 4-bet bluff here? Because there are a lot of people that kind of called. I'm gonna try to get a 4-bet bluff in, because there are just too many people in. Okay, so the most dangerous person actually folded, the original 3-better, and now we get called by 2 guys who, I don't know what they're doing. They probably have no idea what they're doing actually. So I'm gonna start with a really small bet. Hopefully they think I have ace king and just fold. If I get check raised, I'm gonna have to fold. Just get called. Turn is a 9. I mean, I'm gonna check back. I don't know. I think there are still some like pocket 8s and pocket 7s in his range that I'm losing against, but yeah, I just don't think I'm gonna bluff. He jumps the river, so I'm just folding. So ace-jack suited here, I'm gonna squeeze the limpers. If this guy jumps, we're gonna go. If he doesn't, Okay. So ace-5 offsuit, the big 440. We get 3-bet. We can't call with this hand, so I'm gonna fold. What? This is nothing. Okay, so this is gonna be actually the the bigger 750, which hasn't started yet, but still. Okay, so deuce 7, you can basically play any suited hand. Like deuce 7 is usually it's considered the worst hand in poker because it's 7 high, but at the same time you can't make any straights including both cards. So you can't, for example, if you had deuce 6, which is 6 high, so it's a worse hand, but you can actually, if the flop comes 3, 4, 5, you have a straight with 2 cards. In deuce 7 you can't do that, so that's why it's considered the worst hand in poker. But being in the small blind, you can play any suited hand against the big blind when it's only the two of you. So we just call it, we flop a first draw, we bet it, and move in. These guy limps are not good. So how many more levels? I have to survive 6 more levels, which is 30 more minutes. And after 30 minutes, hopefully we'll have a decent stack. So let's say 150,000 chips, and we can play the phase 2, and we can qualify for a $100 tournament, which is gonna be exciting. I'm gonna be excited to play it, see how I do there. So Jack 9 suited, I'm gonna raise it. It's kind of on the edge, but still. I'm gonna start with a check on another table that I'm not showing. So here I started with a check against 2 people. Let's hope we hit. We don't. So we lost with 4s against 10s. And now we have ace 10, so we're just gonna call. In the satellite we get called. So I'm just gonna jam, sometimes I'm gonna be up against a better jack, but I need to protect against the first draw. Eight 6, so yeah, he has 3 6s, which is really random, but it's what you can expect when playing at these stakes. People sometimes are gonna have random hands and they're gonna win with random hands. We also lost against jack 4 with ace 10. So I'm gonna re-enter. Another 440. A little bit of a bad sequence of events. We lost like a lot of marginal hands. Queen 10 here. This tournament is actually now becoming, you know, a normal tournament where we don't have 500 big blinds stacks. It's a huge raise, so you know, even against the min raise, this queen ten offsuit is not a good call, not a good hand to call with. But when he makes it 4.3 big blinds, it's clearly a fold. Okay, so in the satellite we just have 12 big blinds now. I don't actually remember how we lost most. Ah, yeah, against a random hand, 8-6. This guy names it's an easy win with King Jack suited. We get called by Queen 5, which is another random hand. This guy loves random hands, but he loves to win with them also. So we're out of the satellite again. I think this was the last chance. What can I register? That was okay, let's just dump. We get 3-bet here, so we're gonna fold. Have this one going, this one going. I'm gonna register a hyper turbo, and the big 330. We start in an hour. King Jack suited in the $11 kickoff. Very short stacks, so we're just gonna min raise. And I mean, we're gonna have to call some Owens, like if this guy, our fellow countryman, yeah, Mikhail from Bulgaria, when he wins, we're gonna have to call him. But we're gonna have to call him if everybody else votes. Yeah, when this guy goes all in as well, we can comfortably fold, I think. So 8s against ace king. So this guy with 8s actually saved us from being dominated. We would have won by having a straight, but still, we would have got it in with a worse hand. Okay, ace9 suited here. I called. Terrible flop, so I'm just gonna fold. We have aces, which is a decent hand. Let's hope somebody squeezes now. No, he actually does. He goes all in for 30 big blinds. So, you know, we want to give this guy the biggest chance of coming along. So we're gonna pretend that we're thinking for a little bit. Like, for example, if I had 8s or 9s here, I was gonna think. So we just go all in now. Let's hope this guy comes along with, let's say, 10s. Okay, he actually called with ace-10. So we just need to dodge a 3 or a 4. We do. So, okay, we win a huge pot here. We have 180 big blinds, which is really nice, with aces. Against the most random hands in the world. Easy call here for 6 big blinds, king queen against ace jack. We hit a king, 85, 93, 100. Okay, let's go. So, we win some pots. Now we get kings. Amazing. I'm going to go in the big 440 for 15 big blinds with king 10 suited, and I'm going to squeeze with kings here. I'm going to make it, let's say 9. I don't think I need to make it too big because I'm short. No, not short, but you know, I'm not that deep. I have only 30 big blinds. So we just make it 9. Everybody folds here with king 10. And unfortunately, people also fold here. Jack 8 fold. So there's kind of a holiday in Bulgaria where you're supposed to ask for forgiveness, and usually the tradition is that younger members of the family ask the older ones for forgiveness, and today is that day actually. Today is that holiday. So my father called me, and I couldn't pick it up because I'm streaming. And I texted him that I was asking him for forgiveness, and I'm a little bit sick. I have a cold, as I said, and this is his fault. He texts me back, I'm gonna forgive you only if you go to the doctor tomorrow. Otherwise, there's no forgiveness. I'm gonna see if I'm gonna go to the doctor. Like, I think it's just a cold, so I think I'll feel fine tomorrow or the day after. For 10, yeah. King Jack, 15 big blinds. Okay, so that's really not a difficult decision against an open. As I said, when you're 15 big blinds and shorter, you're just looking for good hands to go all in against raises with. This one is a great. You get called by ace-3, which is a really bad call. I don't know why he called me. 10? No, 10. I mean, he won, so I guess it's not that bad. Here I'm 3-bet bluffing with ace-4 suited, and I don't get called by the guy I'm 3-betting, but by some other guy, behind me. On this board, I'm gonna try to check raise this board, because this guy is usually gonna have ace-queen, ace-jack, some sort of suited, hand that I can check raise and maybe make fold, and he's also gonna call with 9s, 10s sometimes, which I don't expect him to fold, but maybe he'll think I have queens, kings, aces, so we can put some pressure with check raising. I'm gonna re-enter the big 440 again, actually. Okay, we get called, so we can exclude, I think, ace-queen and ace-jack. We're probably up against some kind of overpair, so I don't think I'm gonna, in a $3 tournament, I don't think I'm gonna make an overpair fold very easily, so I'm gonna shut down. I'm just gonna check now. Okay, he checks back. So maybe he is considering me having an overpair. But again, I don't think I can make him fold. Like, for example, I could jump here, but maybe that will be, I would do that if I'm playing a higher buy-in. So I'm just gonna check and probably lose to 9s or queens. Queens is a really decent hand, actually. I don't know why people are scared to 4-bet. Like, queens is, he could have easily 4-bet that pre-flop. I don't know why he just called it. But that's his decision. Okay, so I re-entered the big 440 for the third time. Well, I didn't actually re-enter it for the third time. I re-entered it for the second time, but the total number of entries now is 3. King 9 suited in the 11, kick off in the big blind. We're definitely gonna defend this hand. It's a pretty decent hand to defend. So let me see, just a replay. Yeah, okay. So yeah, King 9 suited here, easy call. I'm just gonna see a flop. We flop a king, which is great. 30 big blinds deep. We can actually start check raising against the button most of our top pairs. I'm still gonna mix, like there are gonna be some calls, but mostly a check raise, and yeah, we had a big enough number in the randomizer to just 3-bet. Not 3-bet, but 2-bet, you know, check raise, and we win it. So great. Raising King 8 suited from middle position. We get clicked, which is one of the most annoying things, but we're never folding against that. Like, I don't know what people are achieving by doing it, why they're doing it. So a small bet, we have a pair of 8s, we're gonna have to call once. Another small bet, but you know, we're pretty far down in our range, so I mean, we're gonna have flush draws to defend, we're gonna have straight draws to defend, we're gonna have ace x, jack x, so I think we can fold the king 8. Here I defend pocket fours in the small blind. I think I'm gonna check raise them. I think they play better as a check raise than a check call. So yeah, we win it there, which is nice. Another check raise against this guy. So, you know, he's probably gonna be a little bit scared of c-betting against us from now on. I've check raised him 2 hands in a row. Here we have King 9 offsuit. I mean, not that great against early position, but I'm gonna defend it. Like King 8 I would definitely fold. King 9 I will call. Flop top pair, we're gonna check. Okay, so our opponent checks back. He understands that this board is not good for him as an early position raiser. I mean, I probably should be betting a lot on this board, so I'm gonna bet this hand. Okay, so we win. And here we have Queen 4 offsuit. I mean, it's a min raise and we're pretty short, so any king high, queen high, and ace high hand is probably a defend. So we're gonna go with Queen 4. And this board is pretty interesting actually. Maybe I can lead it sometimes. I'm not really sure, so I'm gonna check. But definitely could be some leading here. And I'm gonna use it as a check raise bluff. I could have also jumped, you know. Yeah, I'm gonna have to call now because I have a straight draw, I have a flush draw. Straight flush draw I want. Because it's 10. Why did I lose? Oh, he has a straight, yeah. Yeah, maybe I should have just went all in. I should have just gone all in. Because by raising like that, I give him the chance to go all in, and now I have to call. But by going all in, he would be the one making the mistake to call with just ace high. And now I made the mistake by calling all in with a 4 high flush draw. So yeah, I should have jumped. My bad. Jack 8 suited. Small blind swing out. I mean, I'm gonna raise it. I was gonna raise it anyways, probably. But yeah, having less people to go through is actually better. Okay, so we've we flop terrible. I'm gonna check as we're out of position. We turn on jack. Still, we have an 8 kicker. Our opponent could easily have queen jack, king jack, but he's not gonna fold. And if I bet, I'm just value betting myself. Like value betting into a better hand myself. The river is a king, which again, if our opponent has king queen, king 10, he could have easily hit. So I don't think our hand is good enough to value bet. We're just gonna check. And our opponent checks back with queens, which I don't know why he didn't 3-bet. Like, this is not the same guy that didn't 4-bet queens. It's another tournament. Here I'm gonna 3-bet bluff with ace jack. This guy, now this is the guy who didn't 4-bet queens, I think. Let's check, just to make sure. Yeah, it's the same guy. So, set off, hijack, 3-bet against TJ raise first in. He doesn't, 4-bet QQ, like, 100 so on queen high board, I'm just gonna check him in position. He's gonna have some pairs, he's gonna have ace queen and king queen a lot, so I don't think I'm gaining much by betting. And we have to consider that this guy also probably has a, you know, a strong range to go with. So I was gonna say that one thing is for certain, nobody has ace king, but that's not actually true, because as we saw, this guy doesn't 4-bet queens, so maybe he doesn't 4-bet ace king also. And, you know, being 100 big blinds deep, it's completely possible that this guy, no, if he had ace king, I think this guy definitely doesn't have ace king. This guy, he could have ace king, but he could also have 8s, 9s, 10s, so I'm gonna value bet this jack. I think if somebody had a queen, he would have already bet it, so I think I have the best hand a lot here. Maybe somebody has king jack suited, and now he's gonna call with, you know, jack with a worse kicker. And yeah, we get called, we win. We get called by nice, so yeah, exactly what I expected, which is nice. Our hand reading skills are not that bad. King 10 off. I mean, we're gonna probably call if nobody else calls. If somebody else calls, it's a little bit of a mixed situation, but we're still probably gonna have to call. Okay, so everybody folds. Let's call. See a flop. That's not our flop. So against the bet, we're just gonna fold. Here we raise ace jack suited, and we get a pretty big 3-bet, but still we can't fold ace jack suited. It's too strong of a hand to just fold a single 3-bet. So we're gonna call. It's definitely not strong enough to 4-bet, or, you know, definitely not weak enough to turn into a 4-bet bluff. So it performs really well as a call. We don't hit the flop though, so we're probably gonna have to fold against the bet. And yeah, the bet is, I mean, it's big. Like, it's not huge, but it's big. So we can just fold. Ace king, great hand. I'm making it a little bit smaller because the big blind is short. This guy is thinking. So maybe he's thinking about raising. No, he's not. So there's another mini EPT event, which costs only $5 to enter. And if you become, well, if you get first in this tournament, which is, it's not very likely, let's be honest. But still, if you get first, you get the complete package of EPT Monte Carlo. So if you get first, you're just guaranteed, to go to Monte Carlo, have a ticket for the main event, and also your hotel is gonna be paid, your flights are gonna be paid, which is, a dream. A dream that is not very likely, but still, it's a dream. And it only costs $5 to enter, so, why not try? I'm gonna register it. Definitely worth a shot, at least. And there are also great prizes in this tournament. Like even if we don't get first and we don't complete the dream, there are still pretty good prizes in the tournament. So there's a break. I'm gonna be back after the break. back again. Let's see, it's the, I think here, yeah, it's supposed to go here, so apply active layout, the bigger 750. That's one of my favorite tournaments actually, because there's, you know, the bigger 11, which is, or the big 11, which is a pretty good tournament also, like there are a lot of weak players in it, but it starts at 9 p.m. local time. So for me, it's gonna be 9 p.m. when the big 11 starts, and that's a little bit late because if you're gonna win this tournament, you're gonna have to play until like 6 or 7 a.m. in the morning, which really, you know, messes with my sleep schedule. And at the same time, when it gets past like 3 o'clock, I'm getting really tired. So, you know, the big 11 is a nice tournament, but it starts at a really, really unfortunate time. So, you know, the bigger 750 is actually a perfect balance. Like, it has, you know, a lot of pretty bad players. So there's a big chance to, you know, make some money from it. And it also starts at 6 p.m. local time. Which is nice because if you're gonna win it, yeah, it's gonna go until like 4 o'clock in the morning, 4 a.m. But, you know, 4 a.m. is, you know, much better than 7 a.m. It's still gonna, you know, mess up my sleep schedule a little bit, but not too bad. Like, it's gonna be worth it for the amount of money, because the first prize in this tournament is $2,500, which, you know, is it's a good return on the investment of $7. But it's really difficult to win a tournament on Sunday, because especially at micro stakes, because there are like a lot of players, which means the variance is huge. Like in a tournament that there are 3,000 players in, you're not gonna, even if you're the best player in the world, you're not gonna win it very often. It's just not gonna happen. The variance is too big. So let's say ace-3 suited here. Here's the button limp actually. I'm gonna limp also, I'm not gonna raise. So this guy raises in the big blind. So he doesn't 4-bet queens, but he raises now. I don't think I'm gonna limp very strong hands, so I can't really turn this into a bluff, because I'm not gonna have enough strong hands to offset it with. So I'm just gonna call and miss the flop completely. This guy bets, and we're gonna have to default. Okay, so I actually forgot something that I was about to do. Here on 5-6-7, I'm gonna start with a check out of position. It's a very coordinated board, so we need to be careful, usually with our whole range. So that means that when we miss, we just have no way of, you know, bluffing. So we're gonna fold against a better call. So yeah, highlight. I need to write some things down. Okay, so here I'm gonna squeeze king queen offsuit. Finally this guy folds on my left when I 3-bet. Finally I can win position by 3-betting. not just have him call behind me. Okay, so the most, you know, dangerous guy folded, and the other guy folded as well, so we win it with a bluff, which is awesome. Eight, 10 offsuit here. If this guy folds, we're gonna play. So I'm gonna mix between a raise and a call. This time I'm gonna call. Opponent checks. This is usually a board that we can get away with just betting one big blind with a big part of our range. And we're gonna get, yeah, mostly we're gonna get folds. Because people with these stakes, they don't understand that well how to defend their ranges, and that, you know, blind versus blind ranges are really wide, so they're supposed to defend a lot, even some queen highs. So we make, you know, we take advantage of that. They're gonna fold more than they should. So we just bet and we win often enough to make a profit at least. Jacks in the, what is it, the mini PT pairs, definitely a raise. This guy, my favorite opponent. Okay, while we wait for him, we raise in the cutoff with queen 6 suited, and we got called by the button. We have a 6, so I'm gonna check. I mean, I'm not checking because I have a 6, I'm just checking because the board is one that I'm gonna check a lot on. Turn is a 7, I'm gonna check again. And river is a 10, which is, you know, I'm gonna use my hand as a bluff catcher. Hopefully my opponent doesn't bluff. Okay, he bets small, so I'm gonna call. Ace 9, he has trips, and, you know, he didn't start betting on the flop, I don't know why, but he saved us a lot of money there. And with the jacks, only the big blind defended, and now this is a board that, you know, when there's the earlier your position is and there's a low card paired, the bigger the advantage for the big blind becomes. So I'm gonna use jacks as a check here. I mean, people don't really know that. They don't really, like, yeah, a player that I've tagged in red usually won't take huge advantage of the fact that he has advantage around the 8s, but still I don't see much point in betting because I'm gonna get called by an ace, I'm gonna get check raised by an 8, I'm not getting value from anything worse, so, you know, why not just try to take it to showdown, and if he bets now, we're gonna call. So yeah, he has queen 5. So for example, if I had bet, he would have folded that hand, and the way I played the hand allowed me to win one big blind extra because he made a bluff on the river. So, you know, something to think about. We defended the queen 10 off in the big blind here, and we can't really check raise this board a lot because we don't have ace king, we don't have aces, we don't have kings. Because we didn't 3-bet before the flop, so I'm just gonna call with this good shot. 5 spade, clubs, we can't lead that, so we're gonna check again. And if he bets, we're probably gonna have to fold. He bets again, we just fold. Ace-9 suited, we got called by two people in the big blind, and, you know, I'm just gonna check. So yeah, you see me checking a lot when I'm out of position. It's just the way the game should be played. Like when you're out of position, you're supposed to check a lot. Like you're supposed to play defensively. Now this guy bets only one big blind, so I'm gonna raise him. Like it could be an inducing, you know, bet. It could be a bet that is actually hoping to get raised. But still, we have a hand that needs protection, and it can also get value from 8x or from worse 9x. And if our opponent jumps, we're gonna have a difficult decision probably. He doesn't. River is a 7 though, so I'm definitely, if he checks, I'm definitely checking back. Like, I get jump down here, so easy call with kings, blind versus blind against ace king. And we hold, so great, we win some chips. Here my opponent checked, so I'm gonna check back. He could have 7x that I'm beating, that he tried to see a river with, and he decides that he has enough showdown value, so ace 8, okay, great. In the 11, well, I was gonna defend in the 11 kickoff, but this guy 3 bets, so we're just gonna fold. 5-7 suited is definitely a raise on the bottom. I can even make it 2.5 because these guys are deep. I get 3 bet though. I mean, it is a small 3 bet. Like, I'm gonna defend against this because it's pretty small, and I have a hand that has potential to make straight flushes. A pair of 5s also, which is really gonna be good. My opponent checks. I mean, this hand, I'm just gonna, like, I'm not winning very often when I check, but I'm not gonna turn it into a bluff. So turning a 7 is great actually. Okay, so let's think about my range now. I call a 3 bet before the flop. I check back this flop. So usually I'm not gonna have very big bets on the turn, so I'm gonna start with a small bet on the turn. I'm not gonna bet huge. Why? Very annoying river. Now I lose to kings, queens, and jacks. I'm gonna check. I'm probably gonna lose. I mean, I'm still beating king, queen, and king, jack. So yeah, I'm losing to queens though. Very, very, very unfortunate river. But what can you do? King, queen, raise it up. You know, there's actually an argument for turning my hand into a bluff because I block the full houses. I block 5s, pocket 5s and pocket 7s, but you know, I don't think my opponent really 3 bets those before the flop because you know, people with these stakes, they 3 bet only the strong parts, they don't really 3 bet as much as they should. Again, out of position. We're checking to the player in position, see what he does. He checks. We turn a straight draw, which also completes the flush though, and the big blind is in the hand, so there's still some dangers. Some dangers lurking around. Big blind checks though. Maybe if I had a diamond, I could consider starting. You know, I could consider betting, but yeah, I can also consider it with this hand actually. I'm gonna mix. Yeah, I'm gonna bet this time. Not betting really big. because I don't think I have that huge of an advantage on that jack. My opponent calls, so I'm probably gonna check back. I'm not gonna bluff the river because I made it small enough so that he calls with some single diamond hands. So there are some single diamond hands that I'm beating. Also, I don't expect really to get a fold from a jack much, so I'm just gonna check back, and I win against queen 9, 8-9 or some. I don't actually win against 8-9, but I win against worse draws, and my opponent had a jack, so he also had the king of diamonds, so I really didn't expect him to fold that. We're raising queen 10 in the $11 kickoff. We get 3-bet and we can't call. So wait, what happened? This guy jumped kings, and the other one called him with queen 9 offsuit. Great call. People are insane. Ace 10, definitely a raise. Okay, so we're up against the big blind. So ace x, ace x, ace high flops. We're gonna continuation bet with most of our range. Most, I mean, probably our whole range. Here we have a limp. Let's hope everybody else behind also folds or limps, so we can see the flop for free with 6-7, which is, a hand that has potential. Okay, so nobody raises. We can just check, see it for free, and we have nothing. Okay, so here I'm gonna defend definitely, but sometimes I'll mix some 3-bet bluffs. So I'll mix. Okay, this time it's gonna be a call. I hate this. These are actually one of the situations that I hate the most, when I have, top pair on ace king queen or ace king jack or ace queen jack, something like that. And 40 big blinds deep, 3 kicker, it's just a terrible spot. Obviously, we can't just fold the flop, like that's dumb. But it's not fun usually. Yeah, because when you get like bet into, you're standing there and you're like, So we're probably gonna have to call again. Where is it deuce? Let's hope, because it's a spade, that it slows him down, and let's hope he doesn't have a better hand. King queen, okay, he does have a better hand, but it slowed him down at least, so. I guess the river saved us some money. But yeah, it's really annoying to play those boards against, you know, being in the big blind, because you're really capped on this board. You can't have ace king, you can't have ace queen, you can't have aces, kings, queens. It's really annoying, because you just get destroyed by bets. Okay, here I completed the small blind. This guy limped. I completed with king 3 suited. Now we have top pair with a pretty shit kicker. So I'm just checking, taking its wall, being out of position. Late on the turn, I'm gonna check again. I don't think our hand is really strong enough to get 2 barrels, like to get a lot of value out of double barreling, so we're just gonna leave it as a check to protect our checking range, and now we'll bet the river and hope we get called by a pair of 6s or a pair of 4s or pocket 7s, I don't know, something like that. We get 2 folds though. Pocket 3s. This guy makes 2.5. I'm gonna call. 2.5. I mean, it's a bit on the larger side, considering that he has only 40 big blinds, but still not big enough as to where I start folding. We don't flop a set, unfortunately. Our opponent checks though. So pocket 3s, can we start bluffing with this? I mean, we probably can sometimes, but more when we have a club in our hand. So I'm gonna mix. Okay, it's only, I rolled 1, so I'm not gonna bluff this time. Come on, man, just check. Okay. We didn't start betting the flop, so it's not that I can't bet the turn, but I'm just gonna check again. 4 of clubs, not a great card, but not that terrible either. So let's hope this guy checks and we can just show down and win against, you know, Queen 5 of hearts, for example, in the big blind, and Ace Queen from this guy. So Ace Queen and 5-7. So I almost guessed them. Almost got them right. Okay, so the wall boards, I think I can introduce some continuation betting on these ones. Yeah, I probably can, but I'm gonna check this time. So we actually have a more interesting spot here in the 11 door kickoff. We flop good, and I'm gonna raise it. It's the same way I'll play bluffs. Now king comes on the turn, so I'm gonna bet really small. And if we get jammed on, we're gonna have to call. I'm buffing the river in the... Okay, so this guy folds. I'm buffing the river here on the queen. Let's hope nobody has a queen. Because I'm not gonna win very often with 10 high, and it's pretty close to the bottom of my range, so yeah. I'm just turning it into a buff. This guy raises. I don't think he would raise a queen very often. So I don't expect him to have a queen. I actually expect him to have 4-5 suited, or raise 4 suited, some kind of trips that he was trapping with. Or pocket 6s, pocket 3s, maybe something like that. Still, I can't call with 10 high, so it's not really a difficult decision. So here, I'm actually thinking about that hand now. I like my raise on the flop because it's the same way I would bluff. Like if I had, let's say, 5 deuce or 4 deuce. I'm thinking about my turn bet though. Do I want to just jump the turn with this hand, or do I want to bet it small so that I induce raises? I'm not really sure. Pocket deuces here for 20 big blinds against 2.4. I'm just gonna fold pre-flop. We have 4-5 suited here, which is, rarely dominated, and it's a good hand. The deeper you are, it gets better, so I'm just gonna call from the small blind. We completely miss, so easy fold. Okay, ace-8 suited, the EPT Paris. I don't know how I'm playing EPT Paris when I'm not in Paris, but poker stars have found a way. We get squeezed though, so this hand we're just gonna have to fold. I mean, I could consider 4-bet bluffing with some suited ace highs, for example ace-5 suited or ace-4 suited, but ace-8 I'm just gonna fold. If I start 4-bet bluffing ace-8 and ace-9 and ace-7, there's just too many bluffs. I'm not gonna have enough value hands to balance it. This guy, okay, that's not a very good size on this board. You should probably go a lot smaller, like 33% maximum. Maybe, okay, maybe half pot is kind of okay as well, but yeah, betting pot is just not good. So the bounty builder beginning 50. Okay, we're actually getting into the time where there are a lot of tournaments, a lot of good tournaments are gonna begin. So now is the time to concentrate. Up until now we were just warming up. Okay, this guy limps, which means sometimes I'm gonna isolate with this hand. Not as much as some other worse hands, but yeah, I rolled 92, so definitely a raise this time. As I said, you want to play with a pretty polarized range when you raise from the big blind against a small blind limp. And this board is perfect for continuation betting. You know, I'm gonna have my strongest hands, aces, kings, ace, king. He's not gonna have them, and I'm also gonna have my trash. So blocking pocket threes is also kind of good, having a three. So I'm even gonna double barrel here probably if I get called, because I think that's the way you should bluff on these boards, having a three. So we get called. Now I'm gonna probably bet pot like 14. I'm gonna be left with 44, and the pot is gonna become 42. So yeah, I'm betting pot, basically setting myself up for an all-in on the river, putting maximum pressure on hands like queen jack, queen 10, jack 10, king x. Pocket sixes, pocket fours, for example. He's gonna have a lot of faults here. Yeah, he just smiles and he folds. Okay, so we won that. I love the little smile, man. He just smiles and folds. Okay, here we have an interesting situation, because the small blind is sitting out, which means that if it folds to us, we're actually not on the button. We are on the button. It doesn't change, but we're only against one player, not against two players. So queen 6 could be a raise, and I'm gonna raise it. You know, we have a high card, the queen, and we only have one player to get through, which is the big blind. And on this board, I'm gonna c-bet, try to win it. There are a lot of misses in the big blind, so yeah, we just win that. And it's, you know, really important to pay attention to those details. Like when somebody's sitting out, like for example here, if this guy had folded and those two guys had folded, I'm not exactly in the cutoff. I'm actually on the button, because the button is sitting out, so I'm last to act, which means that I'm actually on the button before the blinds. I mean, last act before the blinds. I made a mistake. Like, I wanted to 3-bet queen jack suited here. That's not the mistake, but I made it too small. You know, it's a small mistake. It's not huge, but still. We flop a first row, which is nice. Okay, the hyper started also. I'm gonna start with a bet. Okay, we just win it. Nice. Okay, so I wrote some important notes. We get squeeze here. I raise queen jack suited under the gun. Probably gonna have to fold to the squeeze. I'm usually dominated even by his bluffs, so can't really call, can't really 4-bet, so we just fold. And that's the reason why, for example, squeezing with, I don't think people do it enough at these low stakes, but that's the reason why squeezing there with, for example, jack 10 suited instead of calling is actually really powerful, because you make hands like king jack suited, queen jack suited, like the one I had, actually fold. So those are hands that dominate jack 10 suited, but squeezing in this spot actually makes those hands fold. So it's really important to understand why you squeeze certain hands. You know, when you're learning pre-flop ranges, it's not just like looking at them and trying to remember them. It's understanding the whys. Why are you doing certain things? Why are you raising this hand? It's not just remembering that you're raising it. Queens in the marathon. Queens are, you know, an amazing hand. We're gonna squeeze. My scroll isn't working again for some reason. So we're gonna make it. Why is my scroll not working? We're gonna make it 11 because there are a lot of money, a lot of chips in the pot. Okay, so we win some chips, not a lot, but still, we win something. Here I have the Hyper 330, that is the gun. I raised before the flop here, I got called by small and big blind. I'm gonna bet small, try to win. This is probably the worst ace high that I'm gonna raise from this position. So that's why I'm turning it into a bluff, and when I get check raised, you know, it's not really a huge loss here at fold. He probably has king queen, king jack. So I risked only 1.5 big blinds in an attempt to win 7. And you know, I'm gonna, more often than not, I'm actually gonna win those 7, so it's a really profitable play, even though it didn't work out this time. Pocket fours. Definitely gonna try to isolate this guy. Okay, somebody did it before me. Can I call though? I mean, I can, but then I open the action behind me to get squeezed, so I'm just gonna fold. Here I'm checking behind in the big blind with a6. I'm also gonna check the flop. It's a, you know, pretty bad kicker, so when I check, yeah, I give him the opportunity to start betting. Maybe he's bluffing. At the same time, I'm not, you know, that happy to bet 3 streets of value myself. So 2 streets of value are gonna be fine. I'm gonna bet, you know, I don't think he has a lot of 3x, like he shouldn't have, so I'm gonna bet for value on the river. And I got called by 2 pair. Okay, whatever. Here I defended against the button in the big blind. Flop was deuce 6, my opponent checked, but I don't really see myself bluffing with this hand on the turn, so I'm gonna check again, and if he bets, I'm gonna have to fold. A6 suited. Okay, everybody folds. Ace 9 suited in the hyper. That's a great flop. Top pair and first draw. Again, we're in the big blind, so we have a pretty wide range, so we're gonna check a lot. And you know, we have top 2 pair and we have the nut force draw. There's no way I'm not raising that. I'm gonna have to raise. Hopefully my opponent has something worse that he can cope with. He doesn't. Okay, so a hefty raise from the hijack, but still, I'm pretty short, so if I hit a king, I'm golden. I don't hit a king though. He bets, I fold. It's kind of annoying when you don't hit any cards, because you're just blinding out. Now we have 10 big blinds and we have ace-9, so there's a good chance we're gonna go all in. The only time that we don't go all in is when there's a 2.5 big blind raise from the under the gun, because under the gun range is really strong, so I'm gonna pass this one. I mean, ace-10 definitely going all in, but ace-9 is against under the gun. Okay, so we flop top set here. Now, usually when you have king jack, king 10, queen 10 boards, and you're out of position, like you have an in position color, usually you want to check a lot. So the way to protect your checking range is by checking your strong hands as well as your weak hands. So I'm gonna check top set. And our opponent bets, which is good. That's what we're hoping for, actually. So when I deal with everything else on the other tables, I'm gonna come back to this. So I'm gonna squeeze. Like, yeah, I have my blockers are such that it makes it less likely for my opponents to have, you know, a queen. But at the same time, there are a lot of draws on this board, so I think I can get away with squeezing. And now we hit a full house, which is amazing. So we have the straight draws and the flush draws dead. So I'm gonna check again. I'm actually gonna give the chance for my opponents to hit their cards. Unfortunately, neither straight draws nor the flush draws get there. I'm gonna check again and give my opponents the chance to bluff. They don't. So yeah, the straight draw with king jack missed. I was not gonna get called by that. Ace-9, you know, the other guy had ace-9, which is also in his draw, and he didn't bluff, so betting wasn't gonna achieve anything. So I did good to check there and at least give my opponents the chance to bluff. Here with ace king, I'm gonna 3-bet. Flop is not really favorable for ace king. And actually having those suits makes it more likely for my opponent to have some kind of a flush draw, so I'm gonna check back. I'm not gonna see bet this board. Okay, we hit a king, which is, you know, a great card. Our opponent checks. We're definitely gonna bet this card a lot with our range, so we're gonna bet it when we hit it as well. Going for half pot. Okay, our opponent folds. Here we're defending ace-9 offsuit. Use this 10. This is a pretty large bet for this board, so I'm just gonna fold. Raising for 9, winning. Okay, so here this guy is sitting out again. We're gonna try to steal if everybody else folds. This guy makes a good raise though, so we're folding. Okay, this is a board that, boards that have only one straight available on them can actually get some larger bets introduced, so I'm actually gonna bet 85% here. Win this good shot, and we win. Pocket kings now. So we get some good hands, a sequence of good hands. Okay, this guy raises the limper. Amazing. We're gonna 3-bet him. So we're gonna make it 11 big blinds. I think that's gonna be enough. And we flop quads here. So I'm gonna start betting. I mean, yeah, we get a fold, unfortunately. Here, 5 big blinds. I have an ace. I'm gonna have to call. 7. Let's go for a 10. Okay, or an 8. Still a chop. Here this guy goes all in, so we call with kings. He has ace queen. Just have to dodge an ace. We do. So we're 24th out of 1,000 people, which is nice. Good start. And we get queens. So we get a lot of good hands in a row. It's exciting. We're gonna min raise because of the short stacks behind. Hopefully somebody goes all in. Okay, this guy went all in, so we're gonna call. Ace 10. He hits an ace though. Queen! Oh, queen. Queen 7 suited. I can actually raise this. I'm in the hijack, so this guy folds. Okay, let's try to win. Hopefully pre-flop. It's not that strong of a hand. Okay, so this board, I'm gonna continuation bet on it. Just 1.5 big blinds. Nothing huge. Oh fuck, I pressed something wrong. Yeah, we get check raise, so we're gonna have to fold. Here we go all in for, 5 big blinds, ace deuce. Basically any ace is good at this point to go all in with. You're that short. We get folds, which is awesome. King jack, we're gonna have to go all in again. So yeah, let's jump. Everybody folds again, which is, it's nice. We win some chips that way. Queen 5 we're gonna pass. We have ace queen here that we get a raise from middle position, call from the hijack, and we call it on the button. Now bet and a call. We're out. What the fuck? Okay, so king 10 offset here, I called against the button raise. I'm gonna check now. I was gonna say that this is a good candidate to check raise. Our opponent checks. I'm gonna actually, my scroll for some reason isn't really working on this table. I'm gonna bet pot now that our opponent checks behind. I think I have great blockers, so yeah, I can get away with this bluff. And when our opponent checks back the flop, they're usually capped, so here it's a bit of a mix. Like, I can sometimes call on the button with 6-7 suited. I mean, yeah, 30 big blinds, I think it's deep enough to just, being on the button to call and see. So I'm gonna do it. Okay, we hop a 6. Here in the big 750 we get 3-bet with queens. I think I'm just gonna jam even though it's 70 big blinds. So jamming against tens, great, 90%, and we win another huge pot. I'm defending a6 against a raise from the button. We have a 6. Okay. I'm actually jamming here as a bluff with a 9 of diamonds. I got caught by the 8 of diamonds. And we chop somehow. Okay. I mean, that's okay. Here I check back the flop with 6-7. I'm gonna call the turn, even though I'm not gonna be really happy doing it. Now this guy bets again. So he's in the big blind. He shouldn't be betting that often. I mean, it's a really small bet. I'm kind of tempted to call with a 6. So I'm gonna call. Maybe he has some flushes that we're actually beating now that we have a full house. Yeah, okay, nice. Okay, Jack 6 suited is now fold. I was gonna consider raising it because the small blind is really short. Somehow in this tournament we have had 7 or 8 big blinds for like an eternity. We have had 7 or 8 big blinds for like, I don't know, 1 or 2 hours. And we're still in. We haven't gone out. had a chance to bluff at some spot, but I was like playing too many spots at the same time and I missed it. Here I'm gonna defend 9-8. Okay, we have a 6 makes us a straight and a 10 also makes us a straight, so we have an open-ended straight draw basically. Ace is, pretty bad card for our range, so we're gonna check. The bet is small enough as to where I can call, see if I hit a 6 or a 10, and maybe check raise the river if I do. Okay, I hit an 8, probably not gonna be good. I mean, I'm winning against Queen 10 and King 10, but he's probably gonna turn those into a bluff, and I can't really call with an 8 on the Fush completed board, so I guess I'm gonna fold. Yeah, I'm gonna fold. So the spot that I missed that I was talking about is here, where I raised pre-flop, I got called by two guys, the button and the small blind. I checked in the flop, this guy checks back. I decide bluff the turn with a semi-bluff, it's a good shot. I get called, and then the river is a jack, and now I probably could have bet pot and try to represent the king. The reason for that is because I have one of the weaker draws. Like if I had decided to bet ace queen or ace 10 on the flop, I could have checked those now and not turned them into a bluff. But 9-10, 9 queen are probably my worst draws that I'm gonna bluff. So they are the ones that I'm gonna decide to turn into a bluff on the river as well, because I can push out the better draws. Like for example, my opponent here had exactly a better draw. He had ace 10, and if I bet 2000 on the river, he probably, he could have folded that. So yeah, it's a spot that I missed because I was playing like 3 more spots at the same time, and I just checked too fast. So we have a break, and I'm gonna be back after the break. Okay, I'm back. Back to play some more. So these are the hours where it's gonna be the most difficult for me to concentrate, because right now I have 7 tables, and after 10 minutes I'm gonna have 8 tables, and then in 30 minutes time the Bounty Builder 11 is starting, which is like an amazing tournament. And usually I don't have space on my screen to fit in more than 8 tables. So I don't know where I'm gonna put it. Maybe I'll need to bust some tournaments in order to be able to play it. But yeah, it's gonna now the next 2 or 3 hours are gonna be the most difficult for me, because I'm gonna have a lot of tables, and it's really difficult making many decisions at the same time. At least for me. Maybe I'm not experienced enough yet. So ace king here, definitely a 3-bet from the big blind. I'm gonna make it a little bit bigger than 4 times, because this guy's deep. So queen jack offsuit here in the low jack. I can raise it. Those hyper turbo tournaments, they have really big antes, so you can get away with raising more pre-flop, because if people fold, you just win more. So it's automatically more profitable. Here we have 7s, and I was gonna call against the raise, but now we have a 3-bet, so just fold. Okay. A6 off. I mean, it's probably sometimes used as a bluff, so I'm gonna mix. Okay, I rolled 98, which is pretty big, so I'm gonna 3-bet bluff. Let's hope we get a fold. We get jammed on, so we can fold. That's unfortunate. Okay, the 8-5 that I was showing just before now, I'm not gonna play it because some guy went all in. King can suit it here though. Get clicked. Again, very annoying. I hate this clicking, because I'm not gonna fold anything. So let's see, we flop a 10. And I'm gonna start betting. I'm jamming here with pocket 7s against the limp. Gotta fold. So here when I bet my 10, I got click raised, and now he's overbet jamming the turn. And I'm probably gonna fold, because this is usually aces or kings or some shit like that. Like, people don't really find bluffs there a lot. Now we have aces. Ah, shit. Here we raise king 10 off, and we get jammed on. It's only 6 more big blinds to call, so I think I'm gonna have to call, even though I don't expect to have the best hand very often. Still gonna have to call, because it's too little, I get the odds. Oh, Actually, I'm dominating. Wow, that's wacky. Okay, so we win this. Great. Here we get jammed on. We have only 7 big blinds. I think I'm gonna have to call this. Like, I don't expect to be a hero all of the time, but I just have the odds and I'm too short, so I'm gonna have around 40% equity probably against most hands, so 73 even against 8-4. Okay, so I'm dominating again somehow, and I flop a straight, and we chop. Okay, how did this happen? This tournament is just cursed. I'm just cursed to stay on 7 big blinds. I can't get away from it. I fucking flop a straight. And then just the board runs out, you know, another straight. Great. So ace-3 suited here. Raising it up. I get jammed on. This time I'm not gonna call. It's not the same as king-queen. King-10, I mean. Okay, 6-9 can easily be a fold, even without this guy jamming. I'm gonna mute myself for a second though, I need to blow my nose. Okay. I can breathe now. Okay, so pocket sevens. We're in the cutoff. I'm gonna call. Like, maybe there are some like 5 to 10% 3-bets here, but we don't need to play that perfectly against, you know, players at these stakes. And, you know, the hand performs really well as a call. Now it gets squeezed to a pretty small size, so we're probably gonna call again. Yeah, see if we can flop a set. We're definitely deep enough to try to do that. We don't flop a set though. It's okay. So we check to the original razor, 3-better. I'm gonna check again. I was considering betting, but I don't think he's gonna fold kings and queens, so we got called here actually in the hyper. We all-in with ace queen, we got called by ace 10 and we almost lost, but we didn't. So we get a nice double up. We are actually on the bubble, so we're approaching the money. And here I'm just gonna fold because I don't expect to be winning like very often. Queen jack, probably gonna be a raise if everybody folds, like if this guy folds. The shorter you get, the more you get to raise, you know, just the high card hands, and the less you can raise those 6-7 suited and 7-8 suited and suited connectors. Okay, so this board, I mean, this board would be probably a disaster to get check raised on. It's not gonna be a disaster. Like, we're gonna have to go. But I'm gonna start with a check because we have a pretty decent hand to try to get the showdown with. And we can definitely handle some heat on the turn. Like, our hand is pretty good. I'm calling an 1 here. 50-50. We hit an ace. He hits a 6 though, so we lose that. Okay, back to here. We call. I was hoping for a 10 on the river, obviously. Now if he goes all in, I'm gonna have a difficult decision because the Jack of Spades is really not that great of a card. I'm blocking the missed flush draws, I'm blocking the missed straight draws. At the same time, he's making a really small bet, and I'm gonna have to find calls, and I think Queen X definitely qualifies as a call, because I'm gonna have missed draws here. So I'm gonna call, even though he's more likely to have a king than not, but I'm still gonna call. And he has 10 Jack. Well, okay, so I mean, he probably should have gone all in with that. Like, he shouldn't have just bet half pot. Or he should have checked it. Like, those are the two plays. Like, betting small with a nutted hand like that. It's not exactly betting small, actually. Maybe if he bet one big blind, it's still okay, because it's like inducing. But betting half pot is definitely wrong, in my opinion, with the hand that he had. But we saved ourselves some trouble. We could have lost 6 big blinds more, and we didn't. Okay, so now there's another tournament beginning, and I'm gonna actually switch the places. So the tournament, the bounty builder 550, I'm putting it off screen, and I'm gonna put the mini EPT Pirates 550. So we're playing 2 of those, one for 330 that we get ace queen in, and one for 550. Okay, so ace queen here, definitely gonna be a no-win. And I mean, it's kind of strange. I don't know if I'm hoping for a call. I guess I am. I can get called by ace jack, so. Okay, we got called by 10s. We're flipping. We need an ace or a queen. Or a 10. No. Okay, so we're out of this. Almost made the money. Not exactly though. And we actually have 10s in the $11 kickoff. Maybe we will end the curse of having 5 big blinds all the time. This guy jumps. Okay, snap call. King 9. Okay, so we lost that as well. Seven, 8 here, we just complete. We're gonna check on this board, and we're all in for 10 big blinds, blind versus blind. We don't get called though. So back to 7, 8, we check again on the turn. This guy bets, we're gonna have to call. We have a pair, a straight draw, a flush draw. We get our flush. Let's hope it's the best flush. Opponent bets. I mean, I'm gonna call. Don't expect to win a lot, but because people don't bluff enough. Okay, king high flush, nice hand. Okay, so ace jack here, I'm gonna 3-bet bluff. And I'm also going call in the hyper at ace 5. Get folds. Here I'm gonna c-bet. And we win it, great. Another hand to go all in with, pocket sevens. We get called by ace king and we win. Nice. So we get a tournament that we get some chips in. Awesome. Queen 8 suited. Can I raise that? I mean, there are a lot of short stacks. I think I still can. I think it's good enough. Like, if this guy goes all in, yeah, it's no problem to call. Like, it's just 2 more big blinds. So, he says 10, we have 40%, and we only call 2 big blinds, so it's not a huge loss. Here, I called on the button against the raise, and check on flop. This guy bets huge now. We have a straight draw, so we're gonna call. We hit our straight. Let's hope this guy doesn't have jack queen, because then it's gonna be annoying. Like, he's gonna have the better straight. He bets really small. Question is, can I raise him? Because, like, if I raise, I'm saying that I have a straight. Like, I'm not gonna raise worse than straight, but it's also not the nut straight. So I'm gonna raise really small. Try to get called by a set or something. Or 2 pair. Something that he's annoyed and can't fold. He still found a fold though, so that's good for him, but we win the pot. Okay, so here it's the bounty 550. I'm gonna call with this hand. Okay, we're gonna bet 1 big blind, and we're gonna win. Great. We are 330. I actually need to register the bounty builder. Against this big size, I mean, usually ace jack suited performs really well as a call, so I'm usually calling it, but against the bigger size, it's even, even an easier call. So let's see, bounty builder 11, yeah, there it is. Okay, so we flopped a pair against the big blind. I'm gonna start with a small bet. Here I'm limping, trying to see a flop. Yeah, I get jammed on. Usually what you would expect. King 10, this guy limps, I'm gonna have to fold, especially when this guy goes on. In the EPT pairs, we get 8s, and there's a war of limps before us, so we're gonna complete, see a flop. It's really easy to play pocket pairs multi-way because you either flop a set and, you know, get the money or you don't. I'm still gonna call. I actually jumped queen 9 here, so jack, nice, I called it. Okay, now we get 10s, amazing hand. Let's hope we get jammed on again by, you know, 8s. We hit a set, this guy goes all in. Yeah, he has 2 pair, wow. House up. Goodbye. Pocket 8 on queen 6-6. I mean, this guy could easily have ace jack, ace king, so it's not like everything's lost. I'm gonna block bet here because I want to protect against overcards, and at the same time, maybe I can get value from ace king. This guy has it. Okay, we win. That's nice. Eight nine suited. Gonna raise it. We get on a win again. One big blind more, so easy call. This guy flops king though. 9? No 9. 9. 9 9. Okay, I'm gonna need to write some stuff. So bounce builder for 40. Okay. Let's see here. This guy leads, and we have straight draw, so we can call. Here an ace, which is nice. We're just gonna call. He has 2 pair. Okay. Yeah, I mean, those guys, they're playing pretty honest. So usually when he leads the turn like that, this card is, you know, it's good for him. So when the 7 came, he just hit 2 pair, and he saw that, and he's like, okay, I'm leading. I have good hand, I play. I'm gonna fold here. Like, I could consider squeezing, but yeah, this guy did it before me. That's not actually the reason. I wasn't gonna squeeze anyways, because the positions are just too early. I'm gonna prefer squeezing with ace queen and king queen. Hands that have better blockers. Ace jack here, suited. I'm gonna min raise. I'm not gonna jam it. Like, the hand is too strong to just go all in. Like, if I just go all in now, maybe this guy folds ace 4. But if I min raise, maybe he jumps ace 4 and then I can call him. So yeah, jumps, we call. He has king queen. We hit pretty much the best flop we can hit, like having an ace and the first draw as well. Okay, so here we're raising ace 9. I have ace-9 here that I decided to isolate with. This guy just owns for 4 big blinds, so I don't expect him to have a really strong hand. Okay, so we defeat ace-3. Queen-jack, again, it's gonna be a raise. Let's say we're 10 spots off the money, so we're actually pretty close. We're probably gonna make it. Like, we have 33 big blinds. This guy doesn't even cover us. He has 28, so yeah, we're probably guaranteed, almost guaranteed, to make the money. And this would be actually our first tournament, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, first tournament for today that we're making the money in, which is kind of sad. But, you know, there's still a lot of time. King gate suited raising here. Okay, so the bounty builders are beginning. Some guy jumps 100 big blinds. Let him have it. What do I need to put on the side? Maybe I put big 330 on the side. So this comes here, rotating my tables. So okay, now this is the bounty builder 11. In this, I actually have 20 big blinds, so I'm just gonna min raise. This is the bounty, why can't I type? Bounty builder 5. $10-5-5. I mean, having playing against the big blind, he's probably gonna exercise his advantage around the 5s a lot. So I'm gonna start with a check. Okay, so bet, call. We have 2 overcards and we can hit a jack, so I mean, I guess I'm gonna call. We don't hit anything. No, I got disconnected. I have ace king on one of the outer tables. And I got 3-bet, and I was just about to 4-bet, and I got disconnected, so I'm gonna fold ace king, which is, great. Oh man, hate this shit. I didn't get disconnected actually. Okay, I didn't 3-bet enough though. I don't know what's going on. So here I'm gonna fold. Everything is strange. I'm calling with ace king. I'm up against ace king as well. So we chop. This guy goes all in, so we need to go with 7 deuce. Yeah, don't let him win. He doesn't deserve it. Okay, I have no idea what's going on because I got disconnected, but I think everything is fine now. I think so. We have ace king here in the big 750. I'm gonna squeeze, obviously. Let's make it. How much will I make it? Let's make it 11.5. I mean, not giving grade outs to people, just go. This guy goes to win, so we can easily call against trees. Ace for king. Please? No. Okay, so Jack 7 here. This guy limps. I mean, if this guy folds, yeah, I'm gonna complete because it's just half a big blind, and I'm actually gonna play against only one player because this guy is already all in. He's not gonna have the chance to bet this Bordeaux. Probably gonna be a fold. Okay, so this guy doesn't bet, so I'm gonna bet this board with the gut shot. Okay, I'm up against 10-7 and I hit my jack. Awesome. We win the spot as well. Pocket 8s. Okay, so we're gonna raise that on the button, definitely. And let's hope to win this hyper, because, you know, hypers are fun to win. They're really fast. They're fun structures. Okay, we get 3-bet, and, you know, pocket 8 is just a very, very easy all-in. If we're somehow up against a better hand, better pair, well, so be it. But yeah, we should just jump. We're up against queens, so we need an 8, another 8. Yeah, okay, great. So we're first. Let's go. Let's actually win this. Oh, if I had music. Okay, so I got knocked out of the Bounty Builder 550. So I'm gonna close it because right now I have a lot of tables and I noticed myself getting distracted a little bit. And considering that I have, you know what, I'm gonna say a good chance in the hyper, I'm gonna play a little less tables now to be able to focus more properly. So let's see here, in the Bounty Builder for 40, we have 5s. Here we have ace 10, I'm gonna raise. Queen 10, I'm also gonna raise, actually. You know, when the antes are so big, there's just a lot of good reasons to raise, because every time people fold, you just get a lot of chips. Like a lot of chips. Okay, so Queen 10, again, with the big ante, we're just being a chip leader as well, that also helps. And if we get jammed on, it's not really fun, because that's not, you know, Queen 10 offset, it's not a great hand, but this guy calls for 8 big blinds, which is like very, very awkward. It's usually either a very bad player that goes to see flops when he's really short, or aces. And, you know, we flop top pair, and he has 6 big blinds, so we can't fold. And it's gonna be annoying if he has aces, but yeah, that's just why. So we're gonna bet 1 big blind, and if he check raises, I'll win. We're gonna have to call. On this card, I guess I'm just gonna jump. Like, yeah, everything in the way he's playing the hand so far screams to me that he has aces, but I'm still not able to fold. I have the flush draw, I have the straight draw. It's too much. He has 8s, and he folded 8s. Okay, He definitely should have gone all-in pre-flop with that. I don't know why he just called when he has 8 big blinds. King 9 suited here, we get 3-bet. I'm gonna call. Okay, terrible flop, so we're just gonna hit fold. We're out. In the bounty builder 11, we have ace-9 suited in the big blind. This guy 3-bets though, so we're gonna fold. So I actually have this problem for getting disconnected from time to time. I have been having it for a very long time, but usually before, when I got disconnected, the moment I got disconnected, like it folded all my hands on every single table. And now I'm seeing that it's actually not doing that. It's disconnecting me, but it's keeping my hands, and it's, you know, using my time bank instead. So that's, I guess, that's nice. Okay, I'm gonna see bet here, try to win it. Get called though. Hit an ace, which is like a card that I'm probably gonna range bet. Like when I hit it, I'm just gonna bet my whole range. So not really much to think about. Here we get jammed on, which is not very fun, but we're gonna have to call. We have an ace. He has queen 6, yeah, annoying. Very annoying. I mean, I guess I could have folded. I don't know why I decided I have to go. Here we river top pair, so I'm gonna value bet it. It's a little bit dangerous. There's a push out there, but still. And yeah, we get a fold. We get ace king again. We have ace jack here in the hyper, and we're still first in chips, which is awesome. Awesome to see. Let's hope it stays that way all the way till the end. If this guy jumps, we're gonna have to call. 15 big blinds. Okay, he doesn't. Jack 10 suited. We flop pretty well here. Like middle pair, we have a flush draw. I'm probably gonna bet again. Go for a little bit more than half pot. Like I don't need to make a huge bet, but still, I need to build the pot if my flush comes. And now I can just check. So he hits a 2-pair on the river, and he beats us, so that's not really great. Okay, I'm gonna need to re-enter the big 330 because I check raised the turn as a bluff in a 3-bet pot with ace king, and I got called by a full house. My opponent had pocket tens, and there was a 10-8-8 on board, so yeah, I'm gonna have to re-enter. Okay, we're second in chips, that's not good. Some guy from Norway, Mr. Iraq, he's decided that he's better than us, and he's not, so we need to win some chips. Okay, this the min raise in the small blind against the big blind, it's not really a thing. You should either limp or raise to like 3 big blinds, 4 big blinds, something bigger. We flop a straight draw. A 9 or an ace makes us down straight, so we're definitely not gonna fold. Ease go. Another 10. That's not that great, because now if we hit our straight, we could still, lose to a full house. Our opponent checks, and I think our hand is strong enough to just check back. It's gonna win. It's gonna win often enough. It's gonna be the best hand, so we can just check. And now there's a full house on board. Could probably try to bet and get him off of a chop, but I'm not gonna do it with this hand exactly. So he has 9s and we chop. So actually, that run out is not that bad, because imagine if a 9 had come. Like, I was gonna hit my straight, he was gonna make a full house. It could have been a disaster. Here I turn a set. I'm gonna bet small though, because I check the flop back, and that means my range usually doesn't want to bet very big on this turn. We still get folds though. We can't get any value. Queen jack suited here from the cutoff, we raise. If this guy jumps, we're probably gonna have to call. He doesn't jump though. We hit a jack, which is nice. We also hit a jack here. Okay, this guy folds. So I check back the flop here. Turn is great. Like, we have a flush draw. We have a pair, we have a straight draw, we have a flush draw. I don't know if I can jam. I'm gonna call because I'm not sure. But I don't think we can fold here. Like, I think if he jumps the river, I'm gonna have to call him. This king queen, which is like, it's annoying. But we're still in. Okay, I misclicked and somehow raised jack 8 offsuit from the low jack, which was not my intention. And now we hit top pair. It was probably meant to be. I don't know how I pressed it, but let's value bet now. Might as well. This guy check raises us. It's gonna be so annoying if he has like a better jack, because it's actually a misclick for me. Okay, so this turn is pretty interesting. It brings, a lot of hands become hands. I'm gonna check. See a river, so the river is a deuce, which is again not really good because my opponent could have a deuce. I'm gonna call the river. 8-5. Okay, my opponent has nothing, so we got him to bluff by playing jack 8 offsuit from the low jack. Oh my god, terrible. We have kings here in the bounty builder for 40. Okay. It was a 3-bet pot that we just continuation bet and won. Here we have force, 20 big blinds, blind versus blind, very easy all-in. We get called by queen 9. I don't know how good of a call that is, but we hit our force, so we win 40 more big blinds. Let's fucking go, man. 50 people left, we're first. We have 270,000 chips. Let's fucking go. This guy jumps. I'm folding. Okay, 3, not a great hand. We fold. Oh, there's so many tables to play, man. So many buttons to click. Click, click, click. Here we have deuce 6. I'm gonna mix raises. So this time I'm gonna raise. Because it's a trash hand, and trash hands from the big blind against the small blind usually isolates. Okay, we get it in with ace queen against jack 4 somehow. I mean, I didn't press anything, so this guy was probably really short. We win though, so that's nice. Oh my god, getting worked up. Okay, here in the bounty builder, our opponent check back the flop. I'm gonna check again. I mean, some tens I'm gonna start betting, but specifically 10-7, I'm just gonna check back. And now that our opponent checks again on the turn, I'm gonna make a huge bet. You know, I can value bet my 10 now. Okay. Jack 8 suited here. I'm gonna raise. Try to take it pre-flop. If somebody jumps, I'm gonna have to fold. It's not a strong enough hand to call. Okay, we get 2 folds. 3 folds now? No 3 folds. So this guy jumps, we're gonna have to fold. I'm gonna try to play as fast as possible in this hyper, because blinds are increasing very often, which means that the only way to, you know, fully execute my advantage is to actually play a lot of hands. Okay, so here I'm just gonna fold. Ace 9, King Jack. We would have been dominated by both of them. Nine just suited. We're gonna defend. I don't know how we got down to a starting stack in the big 750. We were doing really well at some point, but I think we lost some pretty unfortunate hands. It's an easy fold, this one. Okay, so just 7 suited. Again, if those guys fold, I mean, we're gonna call, we're gonna try to see a flop. It's a suited hand, blind versus blind, so even though it's the worst hand in the game, we're gonna play it. I mean, the worst hand would be if it was offsuit. And we flop trips, which is amazing. I'm gonna start with a check though. My opponent bets, which is, you know, great, something I had hoped for. I'm gonna go for a little check raise. Let's see If our opponent has nothing, he's gonna fold, which is unfortunate, but I mean, when I call, I definitely have something, and by check raising, I could be bluffing, so yeah, our opponent has nothing, so he just folds. Eight nine offsuit, usually, you know, offsuit eights are the bottom of the range from the bottom, but when people are that short in the big and the small blind, I think I can get away with just folding, even though, yeah, even when this guy goes all in. I'm check raising ace queen here, which is like the best ace I can have. And I get a fold. Ace jack suited. I need to write some stuff down. I'm gonna go for 20. So ace jack suited, it's gonna be a min raise. Okay, so we're gonna start with a small bet. So many buttons to click. Uh, 10 of clubs is probably the worst turn that could that could come, because you know our opponent, we have an advantage around the ace, so our opponent could easily have a 10 here, and it's also a club, and our opponent is in the big blind, so he has every suited combination. So I'm gonna check on a 10. The river is great though. Now we have a full house. I mean, yeah, our opponent could still have a 10, but you know, that's just unfortunate if he does. Like, I'm not gonna fold a full house, you know. I'm even gonna jump for value, because, you know, it's possible that our opponent value bets a flush like this and he's gonna be in a difficult spot. Maybe he thinks I'm bluffing. It's possible that our opponent has a 9 and he bets like that. If he has a 10, well, so be it. But I'm gonna jump for value, definitely. So we're gonna wait a little bit, as if we're thinking about bluffing. And we're gonna jump. Hopefully we get called by something worse. We don't. Still we win the pot, so that's great. 300,000 chips and we have a break. So I'm gonna be back after the break. Okay, I'm back, ready to win this one. We're first out of 35 people, which is, great. There are a lot of short stacks, so 7 big blinds, 12 big blinds, 0.6 big blinds, 4 big blinds. So people that are gonna bust soon, they're gonna go out. And we have a great chance at winning, actually. I mean, it's too soon to say at winning, but we have a pretty decent spot that we can turn into a decent result. That's how I'm gonna say it. This guy hits a 4 with just 3. Okay, so the guy with 0.6 big blinds is out. And this guy has 4 big blinds. Oh, but I have 4 high. Why do I have 4 high, man? Okay, I'm gonna fold, unfortunately. This guy goes over for 9 big blinds. And I have queen jack suited. Oh, I think I'm gonna have to jam this. I mean, no, it's a nice spot, kind of. Yeah, it's close. I'm gonna jam it. It's really, really close, actually. Like, offsuit, definitely a fold. If this hand was offsuit, definitely a fold. But because it's suited, it has better equity. We're up against a7, so 47%. We need a 10. Nice. We fucking hit a 10, man. Let's fucking go. Okay, so blinds are increasing. King 10. King 10. I'm gonna jump. People are really short, like 13 big blinds, 9 big blinds. Very short stacks. I'm raising jack 10 suited here. I could have also went all in, I think. But I decided to just jump, also to just raise. Also a 3-bet bluff here before the flop. I got called and now I have the nut for draw. And this guy is just out. Oh no, I got disconnected actually. Okay, yeah, I'm back. I'm gonna start with a small bet. Those disconnects are so annoying, man. We're calling with jack 10, we're up against king queen. We need a 9 or a heart. We don't hit. Okay, we get, I mean, that's a huge check raise. I'm gonna call. I have the nut for draw, so I have to call. Okay, here I'm gonna complete it for this suited, hope to see a flop. We don't hit our flush on the river, unfortunately. This flop, I'm not gonna bet with 4 high, I'm gonna start with a check. Because it's, it's not impossible for our opponent to have jack x, 10x, 9x, 2 clubs, a lot of stuff that he continues. Now we hit a 4, we can actually win with a 4, so I'm gonna check. I'm gonna fold ace jack against the bet on the river, because we have nothing on the other table. Here, still, our 4 could be good, so I'm gonna check, try to win a showdown. Yep, our 4 is good, let's go. Okay, 8-9 offsuit, completing. We hit a 9. Ace king in the hyper. Lots of short stacks, so I'm just gonna jam. I'm gonna have weaker ace-x offsuits that I'm gonna jam, so I need to protect those by also jamming a strong ace-x. And we get called, so we're gonna have to win with ace king, which is, you know, it's not impossible. So we're up against ace 4, which is great. 89%, 93, and we win. Nice. Okay, more chips. 500,000 chips. Give me all the chips. Okay, so 6-7 suited. Gonna be a fold. Click, click, click. Lots of buttons to press. Click, click. For 3, yeah. Can't really call with 4 high, so we're gonna fold. Lots of buttons that I'm clicking. Lots of faggots that I'm eating. Here, I mean, it's a 2 big blind all in, so we have an ace. We just isolate, go all in. Unfortunately, this guy has ace queen, but he has only 4 big blinds, so we were gonna go all in against him anyways. So we lose a pot, but it's a small pot. It's a minor setback, no problem. We can deal with that. Here we go with 5-6, defending the big blind with 5 big blinds. And we hit a pair, so we basically have to commit to that, like we're just gonna have to jam. He has queen 9, so we can hold. Nice, we hold. Pocket 5s. Okay, I'm definitely gonna bet this board. It's a high frequency, maybe even a range continuation bet, so. Ten 8 suited. If this guy folds on the button, yeah, we're gonna go all in against the big blind. Hand has great equity if we get called, and most of the time we're gonna get folds actually. So we get called this time though by 9s. We need a 10 or an 8. 10 or 8. No 10, no 8. Okay, so another minor setback, but that's no problem. We can handle those. I'll win with a jack. Okay. Okay, so pocket 3s here. I think I'm actually gonna fold them. because those two guys are deep, and if some of them, like if I raise pocket threes and the small blind jumps, I'm gonna have to call, and I don't really want to have to call with threes. King queen on the other hand, pure raise. If this guy jumps, we're gonna have to call. He just calls. What is with these people calling in the small blind when they have 8 big blinds? Like, what is that? It's dumb. Okay, so we're just gonna bet really small here. Like, he should all-in with most of his ace-x before the flop, so he should be folding this guy. And this guy also, like, he should be folding a lot, so yeah. We just make a really small bet, we take it down. I wish that my throat didn't hurt while I was talking, but, you know. We deal with what we have to. Okay, again, this is, in my opinion, a really bad raise size, making just 2 big blinds. We're gonna call, see a flop, like he's almost never making us fold with that size pre-flop, so there's really not much point to it. King Jack, I'm gonna just call. We get raised. King Jack plays, I mean, pretty well as a just call out of position, so against the big blind. So I'm just gonna call. We have a straight draw. That's nice. Okay, this guy bets. I don't know if we can turn this into a bluff. Like, we can check raise it as a bluff sometimes maybe, but I don't think we're gonna do it now. We're just gonna call. Actually, why not? I'm actually gonna check raise as a bluff. I mean, it's better to do it with like worse good shots, but I rolled a pretty high number, so what happened here? So off screen I was up against jacks with ace queen, and you know, pretty unfortunate result there, but whatever. I'm gonna re-enter actually this tournament. The EPT par is 550. Okay. I'm actually winning some big pots on other tables. I'm just not showing them because I'm trying to record as much as I can from the hyper, because it's, you know, 18 people left. It's the most relevant for the stream right now. But I'm gonna show the other as soon as I win this one, because obviously I'm gonna win it. I'm gonna show more of the other tables. So for example, now nothing is going on, and here we have 40,000 chips already. There's, you know, all wins, and we have ace king. So yeah, we're third spots of the money, but still it's ace king, and we're actually not at risk here. So okay, we hit 2 aces. That's great. Okay, so we win another huge pot, like 60 more thousand chips. Let's go. We have 80,000 chips now. We're 27th. Great. We have ace king here in the big 750 that we're gonna go all in with here as well. So I need to write down that We entered. Okay, so if this guy folds, like even if he goes all in, we're still gonna go in, but yeah, if he calls, it's even better, more money in the pot. So we just jam with ace king. Easy as ever. Okay, we get called, let's see. Against nines. Two kings, great. Fucking 9, but we hit 4 of a kind. Jack 7 suited. I'm gonna fold actually. I'm gonna min raise. I'm gonna try to steal the blinds. There's a huge ante, so yeah, sometimes we're gonna get jammed on, but it's part of life. Yeah, we get jammed on. We can't call. Too bad. Okay, so Jack 6 is a fold. Man, I'm doing so many things at once. My back is actually starting to hurt because I'm so tense. I'm like sitting and I'm clicking buttons. Okay, 5-10 suited is gonna be a defend in the big blind. We flop nothing, unfortunately. So we just fold. Blinds are increasing 20,000. So we have just 16 big blinds now. 10-3 offsuit is not my favorite hand. I mean, it's one of my favorites, but there are definitely better ones. If this guy calls, I'm gonna make it 2.5. I'm gonna try to isolate with this trash hand. Let's hope he folds. Nice, 45,000 chips. Let's go. Okay, so a lot of stuff going on. We hit our flush here in the bounty builder. I'm gonna bet. Yeah, obviously I'm gonna bet I have a flush. Okay, my opponent folds. Here we have like ace queen suited and there are 3,000 calls. We also call in the big 750, just 6 big blinds all in, so we had to call it. We had a king, which is great. We're squeezing with ace queen. I'm jamming in the hyper with threes. People are short, so we can afford to do that. We get called for 5 big blinds. Let's see what we get called by aces. Oh man, fucking aces. 3, no 3. Five big blind and just gets aces. Hate it. Hate it, hate it, hate it. So only 13 people left. Okay, this guy folds, which is great. Why are the blinds increasing? Okay, we get tens. Tens with 10 big blinds. It's not the first time this is happening. It's a sign. We need to go win. We need to win. More rhymes that I can think of in between. So we go win. Praise God. So just 11 people left. That's like $30 already. We get called by ace king. Let's hold. Fuck. Jack! No! Okay, so we're out in 11th place. So close. So close yet so far. Okay, so I can at least relax a little bit now. Okay, so 11th place is like $30. So let's see. What did I open? Let's close this. It's like $29. Yeah, $29.36. So I guess that's fine. $9.36. Here. This is the. I need to change it. This is the bigger 330. Okay, I'm gonna call again. Just because the bet was so small. Okay, this guy bets again. We can't call king high, so we just fold. Okay, we have a flush draw here. I'm gonna bet it. Okay. It's a little bit unfortunate. We almost had a final table, but we just couldn't win the last flip, the most important one. Because if we win those tens against ace king, we have like almost 600,000 chips, and yeah, it's gonna be good from there. But you can't win them all, I guess. Okay, so call me crazy, but I'm gonna fold tens here because it's on the bubble and this guy is 3-betting into a stack that covers him, so I'm folding tens. Call me crazy. Yep, aces. And I hit a 10. Of course. Still, it's a really good decision, I think. I actually folded tens, so I'm proud of that. Of course, the game is always gonna punish you for, making the right decision. It's just the way the game works. Like when you make a mistake, you sometimes get rewarded, and you're like, "Oh, I'm gonna make this mistake again." And then when you too many things going on. So I have aces on one table. I'm gonna jam them. Okay, we get called with ace king here. I'm gonna c-bet and I'm gonna switch to aces. Let's hope we get called. We do, by ace king. Nice, we called. Here we get raised, which is kind of strange. I'm gonna call. Turn is a jack, not my favorite turn. This guy bets again. Okay, I guess I'm gonna have to fold here. It's annoying when you have to fold ace king, but we do this time. Bluffing here for a little small size. Hope it works. I isolated him pre-flop because he limped, and the bluff gets through, which is awesome. Okay, queen jack suited, definitely a raise. We get 3-bet. It's a really small 3-bet, so definitely not going anywhere. Okay, we can call. Play a pot out of position. Meanwhile, we're in the money in the 550 marathon. Okay, we flop a gut shot. It's something. Yeah, I'm not gonna have a lot of check raises on this board, I don't think. So I'm not gonna check raise this one as well. I just don't have enough value bets to start bluffing with every gut shot. So we call, and if he bets again, we're probably gonna have to fold because we don't have the odds to continue chasing a gut shot when there's only one card left. So yeah, probably gonna have to fold to that. Meanwhile here, in the big 750, we're on the turn where we have a pair and a flush draw, so we can't fold. People don't usually bluff in these spots, so expect him to have a queen, but we can't fold a pair and a flush draw. Like a 7 is an out probably, a king could be an out if he has ace queen, not king queen, so yeah, ace queen, and we don't hit our outs, which is annoying. But still, we just can't fold there. King jack suited. Meanwhile, we're rolling. Okay, people today just love to call from the small blind with 8 or 9 big blinds. What is that? And he just jumps for 6-7. Oh my fucking god, dude. Take it. Ace jack versus queen 10. He hits a 10. I guess that's fine. I mean, we won a lot of all-wins today, so we might as well lose some. Okay, so yeah, very annoying that we didn't hit our out with the king 7. So I'm gonna register another hyper. This time it's 550 hyper, not 330, but still hypers are really fun because they're fast. People usually don't play very well in them. at least at those stakes. Is the Sunday Storm a 2-day event? It is, so I'm not gonna register the Sunday Storm. I'm just gonna register the bigger 11 and the bigger 440 because it's Sunday. Usually I don't play those because they start really late, like they start at 9 p.m. local time. So I'm gonna have to play two really late, or early I should say, the next day if I want to win them. But given the fact that it's Sunday, I can afford to stay later. We're raising queens here in the marathon. I need to type in my Excel spreadsheet. Just go all in, dude. Stop thinking. Okay, everybody fought it, unfortunately. Okay, so ace queen here in the marathon. Jack 9 on the previous table. I'm gonna fold because the raise is too big. Okay, the hyper is starting. Hyper, back. Here, this guy jumped 20 big blinds. I think I'm gonna have to call with ace queen. Up against ace king, which is what we didn't want to see. Okay, so we have 10 big blinds. It's still not over. 10 big blinds is, you know, it's playable. I've come back from worse spots, so we get called here in the, what is it, the big 330, a 7-8, and this guy reverses straight. Great. Okay, so we're just all in for one big blind with ace high. Okay, we have 5 big blinds now. here I'm gonna have to go all in with them for 10 big blinds. Ace 4 suited, I think it's a nice candidate. And also win again in the big 330. We get called by nines here, and we get called by ace queen, but okay, we win here. Heart? No heart. Okay, so we're out of the marathon, unfortunately, but in the big 330 we have 13 big blinds again, and we had one just 2 hands ago, so that's fine. 271st, that's $9. I guess it's something. Okay, ace king in the hyper. It's still early in the hyper. It just started, but I'm already dreaming of another Sun run. Because we almost got a final table in the previous one. 11th place. So here I'm gonna make it 11 because we're a little bit deeper. Again, you make it 4 times the big blind when you're out of position. But because there's another player, we can make it 5 times and even 5.5 because we're really deep, like 100 big blinds deep. We get called by both players. On queen high, when there's a 9, it's really likely for somebody to have connected with this board, so I was gonna check. This guy makes, a mistake though by leading. I'm gonna call because it's a small bet and I have 2 overcards. Okay, jack, not really my favorite. Really small bet again, and I have a good shot. Plus, I have 2 overcards, so I'm gonna have to call again. This guy clicks it. Oh, what am I watching? Yeah, obviously I'm not going anywhere. We don't hit our cards. It's very likely for at least one of them to have a straight now, or some kind of set, a strong hand. So I don't think our bluff is gonna get through if we bluff. Yeah, a set, exactly. Nice. And what did this guy have? Did he have king 7? Let me see. Yeah, he had fucking king 7, man. Oh my god. The random shit. So I'm gonna raise king 8 off. This board I'm gonna see bet. It's very easy to get folds. So yeah, we will see bet and take it down. Here I have 10 big blind stacks and I like 9 big blinds even. And I decided to complete because if I hit a king, like it's pretty much when you have 8 big blinds, 10 big blinds, it's when you hit top pair, it's like okay, you can get it in. Aces in the hyper. Three bet. No. Okay, so king queen suited. I'm calling with king queen off here in the small blind. It's It's a multi-way pot with many people in it, but we get 3-bet. It's a small 3-bet for out of position, so I'm definitely gonna call. We can hit a 10 for the nuts. This guy just donk leads from the big blind for 13 big blinds. I mean, yeah, he could have a set or 2 pair, but I'm just gonna jam because sometimes he's gonna have a king with a weak kicker, and people do dumb shit. So okay, king jack has 2 pair, but we hit a queen because we're lucky, and we win it, which is great. We also we bet on the jack 9-8 board against the 3-better, and he folded the flop, so now we get aces. He's min raising. I'm gonna 3-bet, of course. He's jamming, so we can easily call. Aces against jacks, that's the setup. This time we're on the good side of the setup though, because today we have been getting, what was it, queens against kings, blind versus blind, and then we got kings against aces, I think, or I don't know, jacks versus aces, something like that. So this time we're on the good side, finally. So here, this guy is really short. So I'm gonna make it 3 big blinds, so that if he decides to call, I'm playing for his bounty. And this is not a hand that I usually play from this position, but given that he's really that short and he has a bounty, I'm gonna widen my range a little bit. And I'm gonna try to win with a continuation bet here. Hopefully this guy folds. Nice. So yeah, I'm widening my range because there's a bounty at stake. King 4 suited, definitely in the raising range, usually, and given that there's a bounty as well behind me that I could possibly get, definitely gonna raise again. So how much does he have? 376, so that's how much I'm gonna make it. He calls this time, so we have a suited king high, which is pretty nice to play for a bounty. Everybody folds, he has 9s. Okay, we just need a king. King, nice, so we get $1. And when you play bounty builders, it's really important to be on the lookout for short stacks and people whose bounties you can win. Okay, we raise ace-9 in the hyper. We get called by a player in position, so we're gonna have to play defensive. And actually we're not gonna have to play at all, because we get squeezed. Ace jack off. It's gonna be a raise. Okay, this guy raises. Sometimes I'm gonna 3-bet, sometimes I'm gonna fold. I'm gonna mix. Okay, this time I'm gonna 3-bet. Make it a little bit bigger because me and this guy were deeper. I have like 90 big blinds. This guy has 100. we get called. I'm gonna start betting. We have a lot of out faults, even though we don't have the best blockers. So yeah, when the spade comes, we have a club and a diamond, which is like, you know, on the board there are spades and hearts. So we have pretty much the worst blockers. So I'm gonna check when the spade comes. Milkov. Oh yeah, this guy's from Bulgaria actually. I've actually seen him in a Discord group. That's funny. Okay, I'm gonna check, try to, you know, take it to showdown. We win against King Queen of Hearts, I guess, so we still beat some hands. Ace Queen, we don't win against that though. So yeah, I'm actually playing against a guy that I kind of know. This guy, Milkov. It's gonna be fun if I can win some big pots against him. He's probably gonna complain in the Discord group. I'm kidding. He's not the type who complains. But it's just gonna be fun, you know. Winning against people you know, it's always fun. Okay, so here in the big 330 we have just 5 big blinds. This guy jumps the button. I'm gonna call with Queen 9 suited. So 50-50, we hit a 9. And the river is amazing. Okay, so we're out. Here I'm stabbing with the flush draw and everybody folded, which is great. Defending Queen 7 suited in the bounty builder. Flop nothing. Okay, turn a queen though. This queen, he could easily have Queen Jack, Ace Queen for checking back the flop. He could easily have pocket queen, so it's not, you know, the greatest thing I can do to bet. Now that he checks as well though, I mean, I probably have the best hand, except if he has pocket tens or ace jack, but still I think I can easily value bet this. So let's hope we get called by ace 10. We got called by something. Let's see if it was ace 10. It was pocket 3s. Okay, so we won. Pocket 4s, here definitely an open. Pocket 4s an open, ace king 9. I'm gonna start betting actually on this board, because I have really big advantages around the nuts. And I can also get, you know, a lot of folds. Yep, nice. Here I completed the small blind. I flop a first draw. I'm gonna start for a check because it's ace high, and you know we're out of position, so we need to play more carefully. Both our opponents check. This hand is the one that I'm gonna use for betting, actually, for bluffing. So I'm gonna start with a big bet because there's a double first draw. Okay, we win it without showdown, which is amazing. So yeah, we're winning pretty nice pots in this tournament. Jack 8 suited against, let's hope Milkov opens. He does. Okay, so I'm actually gonna 3-bet him. You know, just fuck with him. Fuck. Why did this guy call though? Why do these guys call 3-bets, man? I hate them. Just let me play a pot against my friend. He jumps 100 big blinds. Oh my god. So I'm gonna have to fold here. Yeah, obviously he's gonna jump. There's like 3,000 chips in the middle because of these two idiots. Okay, here is queen now. Okay, so I'm gonna make it 3.5, try to isolate the limper. Of course this guy calls, because he's like calling station. Pre-flop he just calls everything, no matter how big I make it. Okay, so we hit a raise, at least, and this guy leads. I mean, if he has some kind of ace, it's probably a weaker ace. Like, it's definitely not ace king, it's definitely not ace queen. Maybe he has ace 5 or ace 6 for 2 pair, but I'm just gonna start raising him and try to, get the money in. So if I make it 9, he's just gonna fold. Okay. Unfortunately, he doesn't have a weaker ace that we can get his bounty with. Okay, queen jack suited, raising. I mean, against those guys that call with basically anything, I'm gonna see bet this board small. Okay, this guy in the big blind no called. I'm not gonna continue bluffing here. Okay, 10 on the river. That could be a bluff card. I mean, it's possible. But he bets before me, so I'm just gonna fold. In the hyper, let's hope we win a showdown here. Opponent jumps. Okay, I fold. I'm gonna go in here. Just stay on big blinds. Either a king or a club. No king, no club. Can we re-enter? We can. I'm gonna do it. 25 big blinds, I mean, yeah, it's good enough. We get queens here. Yeah, I'm gonna open. Milkov is in the big blind, my friend. Obviously, we're hoping for somebody to raise, so we can get their bounty. Milkov just goes all in, and we have queens. I mean, we just have to go here. Like, kings and aces don't play that way, so we definitely have the best hand. He could have ace king, he could have jacks, fives as well, yeah. Okay, straight, and we win. Nice. So we win the bounty, and we win a big pot against Milkov, so he can be mad. He can complain in the Discord group now. I'm happy. Okay, then we get a break. Perfect. Okay, so we're 10th out of 2,000 people, which is also great. And we have a break, so I'm gonna be back after the break. Okay, so I got myself something to eat, and first hand in the big 11, we get we flop a straight. Fuck. Well, now it's kind of obvious. I mean, having king queen made it like better. I mean, we still have king queen, but not having the queen on board. Yeah. Okay, here we have a pretty easy all-in with ace queen. I got disconnected from OBS for a second there, for some reason. Ace queen against ace queen. Yeah, gonna be a chop. Chop it up. Why did he throw me a trash can, man? Shut up. Let's switch to this tournament where we have 6-7 suited, one of my favorite hands. I'm actually 3-bet bluffing here in the in the bigger 11 against the 3x size, which is not, not really fun. But I still need to find some bluffs, like when people 3x it. I don't flop anything, so I'm gonna bet, hoping to win it with a bluff. Come on, dude, just fold. Nice. Okay, we win it with a bluff. Here we defended 6-7 against the button, but we flop nothing, so we're just gonna get out. Okay, sixes. Milk of raises. Can I jump sixes though? Okay, I'm gonna jump sixes. Let's hope this guy doesn't wake up with a hand, because this would be a disaster. Like, if this guy has a hand, yeah, it's gonna be terrible. Everything else, I'm playing for a bounty. Like, there are two limping ranges, which are bad. There's Milkov, who isolates them. He could have a strong hand, definitely. But still, I could be doing very well against him, with sixes. And he has a $2 bounty, so... He's thinking, which means he doesn't have aces, I guess. Queen 10, okay, he calls. You just have to win the flip. He hits a queen though. Like, what is this call, man? How do you call with Queen 10 there? Interesting, very interesting. What? Okay. I got disconnected again. What happened? Okay, so we have Jack King here. Jack King off. Never gonna get out. And Ace King in the 11 door, in the big 11. Okay, we get a fold. I mean, I'm not really sure. I'm still thinking about the call with Queen 10 there. I'm not really sure I like it because, yeah, this time I had sixes. I could have easily had sevens, eights, or nines. And okay, he's flipping against those. But I could have also very easily had ace queen, which dominates him, king queen suited, which dominates him, ace king that he doesn't do that well against, like he has 40%, he's not ahead. So I don't really think his call there is a good call with queen 10 suited. I mean, I guess this time it worked because we were flipping, but that's the other thing. Like, you're not supposed to call in poker and hope that you're flipping. Like, you're supposed to call when you know that you're ahead or flipping. When you know that you're behind or flipping, well, then you're not really supposed to call. And I don't see, like, when he calls with queen 10 there, I don't see any hands that he's ahead of. Maybe if I'm extremely good at the game, I'm gonna have jack 10 suited sometimes there. So maybe that's the only hand that he's ahead of. But everything else just crushes him, or he's flipping. And that makes me think that it's not really a great call with queen 10 there. Ah, fuck, the ace on the river. Okay, so we're basically... Okay, we didn't lose actually. This guy had pocket threes. So we actually won, okay. Great. Okay, this board, I could bet. I'm gonna start with a bet this time. I get called, there's ace though. I could continue betting, I could also check. I'm gonna check this time. Okay, we hit a king on the river. So I'm gonna value bet it actually, I'm gonna block bet it. Okay, we won the spot. In the hyper, we're playing blind versus blind. I checked pre-flop, I checked the flop also behind. Now my opponent bets, and I'm gonna have to fold. We didn't really hit. Even though he's not supposed to have that many kings, because he's supposed to own most of them before the flop, but he could still have a jack, he could still, have a king, it's not impossible. And, there's the fact that not everybody knows that they're supposed to own that much for the flops. I'm gonna start betting here, and also I'm all-in at the hyper. 3s and 4s, we hit an ace, which is great. So we just have to hold now, nice. We win a nice pot, 12,000 chips. Ah, fuck. This guy check raises all-in. Which is annoying. I'm gonna have to fold, I think, because there's a guy behind me. This guy here is owing for a bounty for 10 big blinds, so I'm gonna have to jam with king 7 suited. Ten big blinds, it's less than half of a starting stack, so, and we're on ahead with king high. He hits trip queens though, so we don't get the bounty, but still, it's definitely a call there. Jacks now, which is a great hand. Okay, so I'm gonna mix jacks between 3-bet and call. This time I'm gonna 3-bet. The big blind is sitting out, so maybe that will make him think that I'm trying to fuck with him, introduce some bluffs into his range. Like, if he thinks I'm, trying to bluff him off because the big blind is sitting out, maybe he'll all in with ace 4 suited, ace 5 suited, something like that. And we can snap call him and play for a $2 bounty. Okay, he just calls though. And on an ace high board, I'm just gonna check, I guess, jacks. Okay, he's using a pretty big size on the turn. So I'm just gonna fold. Usually, yeah, he can have some draws, but he's also very likely to have an ace, and I'm dead against that, so. Under the gun limper, I'm gonna isolate him. With king 7 suited. Let's hope this guy folds. I don't want face or wins. It looks like he's thinking about it. But he didn't do it, which is nice. So we're gonna play against the guy that we wanted to play against. And he just folds. Okay, that's fine too. It's an offsuit. We're definitely gonna raise that if people before us fold. We can call an all in here. It's 6 big blinds. Okay, we hit a queen. Let's hold. Nice. Ace-8 offsuit here. I think I'm just gonna fold. Threes. I mean, I could consider going all in, but I'm just gonna fold them. There are two bigger stacks on my left. Maybe if I was in the cutoff and, you know, this guy wasn't on my left, maybe then I would do it, but oh, let me relax my legs, stretch them a bit. Okay, so Jack 9 suited, definitely gonna be a raise. It's a hand that is strong enough to raise even from under the gun, so we get jammed on, we can call, so fold. Okay, so there's another hyper beginning at in 1 hour. I'm gonna register it. Okay, I got disconnected again, probably, because everything seems very slow. No, I'm actually, what? What's happening? Did I register? No, I did. Okay. Okay, so those two guys, this board, I think I'm gonna check. I'm not gonna start betting here. Considering the big blind range, this is a very, you know, a board that I'm gonna check more often. Bet, we fold. Okay, so we can go both ways here. We can start by betting, we can start by checking. I'm gonna start by betting this time. Okay, 7, so we're gonna continue betting, pretty safe card. The only thing we lose to is, you know, 10-8 suited, and he shouldn't have a lot of that when I'm that short, so not saying that he can, but he shouldn't. So we're gonna bet again, go all in on the river, basically. He folds though, so we just win it there. This guy limped, I saw him limp. That's no, that's an interesting spot. This guy has 10 big blinds, so he's supposed to, you know, just go all in pre-flop. He's not supposed to just make it 3. So the fact that he makes it 3 makes me think that he's actually stronger. So I'm gonna fold ace-10 here. I'm gonna play it. We'll see if I'm thinking correctly. Okay, so this guy is already a win, so we're gonna see his hand for sure. And he has queens, yeah. So I made a correct fold 2 times today. So we get ace king here in the hyper, taking big blind. If it folds to me, I think I'm just gonna min raise. Like, the hand is still really strong, so we want to induce all wins from other people, and yeah, exactly. So this guy wins now. I'm just gonna call. He has ace 8. Hold. Nice. Okay, let's go. I defended the big blind with jack 4 suited, flop nothing though. Na. No ja, ta spara. Jacks. He goes all in, we can easily call. He has a first draw and straight draw, and hits an ace. And we fucking hit a 1-outer. Wow. Okay, that's lucky. not gonna complain. It's good. I feel good. Yes, I do. Okay, I was typing something and I made a mistake again. Here I'm gonna fold. I needed to bet here. Like, he isolated me pre-flop, and when he checked the flop, I needed to bet the turn, but okay, I'm gonna check call, whatever. And I'm gonna call again. Queen 8, so we win. So maybe I didn't make a mistake because I let him bluff. Here, against the 3x, I'm just gonna go all in. It's 15 big blind, so I get called by ace 10. He hits an ace. 1-outer. It's actually not a 1-outer, because we're gonna make a full house if we hit a king. Yeah, I think we got lucky enough with the jacks. Okay, here I have 2 pair in a weird multi-way limped pot. So I'm just gonna start value betting it. Hopefully nobody has a flush. The big blind is very likely to have a flush. The other people are also likely because it's a limped pot, so they could have some trash hands. So the big blind calls, which is, you know, something to be aware of. Okay, so we get called. There is 6. I'm gonna value bet again. Like, the hand is not a good bluff catcher. If I check and he bets, I'm probably not gonna fold, so I'm just gonna value bet it and hope I get called by worse. If I get raised, I'm gonna, you know, assume he has a flush most of the time. So if I get raised, I'll just fold, but he has the same hand. So we chop it. Queens here with 5 big blinds. Easiest all-in of my entire life. No, it's a king high board. Why? Okay, I actually won. That's nice. We have 17 big blinds now. Flopping a 4-0 on a board that usually, you know, is good for me on the button, so I'm gonna start betting it. Okay, we win it just there. Here we have a hand that's, you know, good, but we're gonna check it as we're out of position. Now we hit a flush. I'm gonna check again, probably value bet the river. Okay, so we can just bet the river now. And we got called by worse, so that's nice. Here I'm calling with 6-8 because there's a bounty in play. I have a straight draw actually. What's going on here? Okay, so I'm going to go in with 3s against a raise and 2 random calls. So I have 55%, which is okay. 64. And we hit a full house on the river, just in case. Okay, so we win more chips in the hyper. I'm the king of hypers, man. I'm winning every hyper. I'm gonna win this one. Okay, so we just jump here. Nice. We're 7th out of 200 people, which is good. We're approaching the money. Okay. No, I misclicked. I wanted to make it 2.5 and I made it 3 big blinds, which is not really good. But, you know, it's not fatal. Here I'm all in for 7 big blinds. Get called by Jack 4. I dominate that, I hit a 10. Okay, no shenanigans please. So we double up. And we get ace queen again in the hyper. this guy is basically a win, so of course we're gonna call. We have his queen, great hand. Okay, this guy goes a win, but still we're gonna have to go. I mean, our hand is just too strong, and he could be doing this with like ace jack, ace 10, pocket eights. Definitely call. Ace queen as well. Okay, we have the diamonds though. Diamond? No, we just chop. Okay, that's fine too. Not gonna be too mad. In the bounty builder, we're raising queen jack offsuit because there's a 4 big blinds stuck in the small blind. And we need to get the bounty, it's money, free money. Okay, so we get called, we're gonna check. Check and fold. I think we won a pot. Yeah, we did win a pot. Here we went all in with ace 10 for 10 big blinds. We're up against king queen, so we won, which is nice. We now have 22 big blinds, which is definitely a playable stack. And here on the bubble, fuck, I could have overbet. Again I missed the spot. We're gonna jam with ace deuce suited. Like, there are a lot of short stacks and we're on the bubble, so okay. The spot that I missed for bluffing, actually I rivered the straight, so I can easily bet now. And my opponent folded. And we hit top 2 pair in the bounty builder. We get called by king queen, which is strange. And we lose. I mean, it's not strange. Yeah, we actually got in the money, so. Here I'm gonna check again with top 2. Maybe he'll bet and I can check raise. He doesn't. So I'll check again. Try to get a check raise. Maybe he bets the queen. No, he doesn't. He just doesn't let me check raise him. He has pocket fours. Okay, we got in the money here in the hyper, so yeah, basically I'm cashing, the hypers. 15 big blinds, I guess I'm gonna make it 2.5, so I don't give odds to this guy. To just call and see a flop. Like, if he wants to see a flop, he'll have to put all of his money in, probably. Okay, so we win at pre-flop, that's what we hope to do. King 4, folding. And I didn't go all in because queen 10 is not that great of a hand to go all in with, and the small blind has, 26 big blinds, which covers me. So I wanted to have fold equity, no, not fold equity, but room to fold against jump from the small blind, and at the same time committing against the short stacks. Ace-10 offsuit. I mean, lots of short stacks, so I'm just gonna jump. I think it's good enough. Yes, sometimes this guy specifically is gonna have ace-king, but sometimes we're gonna get called by a 3 big blind stack and he's gonna have ace-5, so... I think it's definitely a no-win with ace-10. Yeah, ace-9, we dominate that, so let's hold. 4, it's okay too. Okay, so we win. Another hand. Here definitely a call. Blind versus blind. Ace highs are gonna be golden. So we're up against queen 9. 5. Okay, we still hold. Happy with that. Okay, we win another pot. So again, we're second in chips in the hyper. We're making another sun run in a hyper turbo. As I said, I'm the king of hypers. I just run very good in hyper turbos. I think most of my profits are from hypers, so yeah. Here we're squeezing with ace-10 suited. I'm squeezing and I get 4-bet. I don't think people find enough 4-bet bluffs as to where this could be considered as a call, so I'm just gonna fold. You know, maybe if I played against a $10,000 regular who has 4-bet bluffs there, I could consider calling ace-10 suited. But against a $4 Spanish player who is actually from Germany, I'm gonna just fold. No need to get sticky. Okay, here we have a suited hand. As I've said many times, suited hands in the big blind against min raises, you can play any of them. Like this 7 suited, you still play it. So we're gonna call. Flop is not exactly what we had hoped for, but that's fine, we're just gonna fold. Ace king now, okay, that's probably gonna be a no-win. Especially when we have like 9 big blinds. Ten big blind, yeah, I'm just gonna go all in. I have a bounty, so this guy has, you know, a better price to call. So he's gonna call wider. Of course, if he has 4 high, he's gonna probably fold, but let's hope he has like 10 high. 10-5 suited, let's say. He's really thinking about it, so I was hoping for a call. Okay, here in the hyper, I raised 10-9 suited on the button, got called by the big blind, and the flop is 10 high. So I'm gonna start with a c-bet. I get check raised, I have to call. He has 8-10, so we dominate him. And we win. Nice. Amazing, 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 amazing. So we're second still, but we have 140,000 chips, which is a huge, huge stack. Raising ace-8 suited here. Raising case 8 suited, everybody folded before the flop, so we just won. A7 suited, I think I can raise it. Okay, now I can't. I was gonna raise it because this guy was sitting out, so there were fewer people to get through, but now that this guy's back, yeah. It's too early of a position to raise A7 offsuit. Nine 7 offset in the big blind. I'm gonna defend it if this guy folds. So yeah, defending. That's what. That's actually a straight draw, open-ended. So we can hit a queen for a straight, and we could also hit an 8. And I really prefer hitting an 8 because a queen, it makes me a straight, but it makes, you know, an ace a straight also. 10, I could lead this card, I think. I'm gonna lead for a very small size. Okay, that's great. Here we have a very, very interesting spot in the bounty builder. This guy is all in for his bounty, and we have ace queen. I'm probably just gonna go all in, like try to isolate and get his bounty. The hand is definitely strong enough to do that, so I mean, I could consider just rebetting to like 8 or 9 big blinds and hoping that somebody else goes all in, because ace queen is definitely strong enough to handle calling an all in. But yeah, I just isolated. Maybe if it's ace queen suited, maybe I'll do that then. Or if it's aces kings, you know, some really, really omega nuts hand. With ace queen offset, I'm just jamming against 9 deuce. Okay, so we hold and we win 150 more. Great. Great stuff. Okay, 3s here. If this guy folds, I'm gonna go all in. Okay, so he folded. Yeah, I'm just gonna jump this. Okay, we get the folds, which is great. King 7 suited here. Probably gonna call. See a flop. Except if my friend Milkov does something. He doesn't. He decides he wants to take it easy this time. Okay, so call. We flop nothing. Fucking shit. 10-8. I mean, this guy's really short. It's kind of on the edge. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna raise. If I get jumped on though, I'm gonna have to fold. Like by this guy in the big blind. Okay, he's very likely to jump now. But he didn't. So, I guess I dodged the bullet there. This guy called in the small. This is probably the bottom of my range, so I'm gonna start betting. Okay, nice. We get a fold. Okay, I'm definitely gonna have to go all in here. I have 7 big blinds. It's king queen. So yeah, not really much to think about. We hit a king. Ah, fuck. Okay, doesn't matter. Here I turn trips. I'm gonna start betting big. I get insta-called, which is kind of scary. But at the same time I have trips, so I'm not really scared. So I'm gonna bet close to pot again. Try to get value. Insta-fold this time. So insta-call on turn, insta-fold on river. Probably a one diamond hand that wanted to see if it would hit if it would hit a flush. Why speaking so hard when you have a runny nose? Okay, so just 68 people left. We're really cutting through the field now. But it's a hyper, so it's normal. People go out fast. There are lots of Owens in the hyper. Silver's king 10. I don't know. Did this guy call with king 10? I mean, maybe it's fine. I didn't see the stacks exactly, so let me see actually. This guy went for 5 big blinds. Yeah, I guess it's okay to call with king 10 there. 5 big blinds. Ace 10. We're kind of on the bubble here. We're approaching, I mean, 2,200 places paid, which is, yeah. This tournament had 13,500 people in it. Wow, insane. We get 3-bet. We have the weakest offsuit ace that we could have from under the gun, so you know, I'm just gonna fold, even though the 3-bet is really small. I'm gonna give credit. We have queens here. I'm gonna 3-bet. Why does it say marathon there? It's not the marathon, it's the beer for 40. I don't know how long this has been there for. Probably too long. Okay, so let's see what happens here with queens. Okay, while we wait, we have nines here. It's an easy win. We get called by king jack, which is, I don't think it's a great call, but we'll see. Okay, so we double up. That's great. Double up just before the bubble. I'm c-betting queens, even though, you know, it's not my favorite board for queens. We get called. I'm gonna check behind, not gonna turn queens into a bluff. So we check behind. Hopefully this guy checks the river and we can check and win against king jack of diamonds. Ace 5 suited. Okay, so we lose. We call here in the small blind with king 7. Okay, we have top pair on a very dangerous board, so we need to be careful. It's definitely really easy to not have the best hand. And, you know, our opponent bets pretty big. Usually monotone boards you want to bet small, and there's the big blind in the hand who has a lot of flushes, and this guy bets big, so I'm not gonna fold yet, I'm gonna call, but definitely gonna consider folding the turn, and when this guy jumps, you know, I'm probably gonna fold. Like, even if I'm ahead, there's a big chance that I will have like 45-50% equity at best, so yeah. Kind of an annoying spot. Okay, here I'm gonna call with 3-5 because there's a $5 bounty at play, and this guy can't re-isolate. I don't flop anything though, so I'm probably gonna have to fold to a bet. This guy didn't bet though. I'm not gonna bluff. You know, he could be trapping also. Okay, he bets really small. I have 5 high, so yeah, he was trapping actually. He had a queen. So good thing I didn't bluff. Here I'm calling with 9s in the cutoff. Like, you could, when you have 30 big blinds, like I do now, and you're up against the middle position raise with 9s, you can, you know, you can consider 3-betting, but being one, you know, on the bubble, 1,000 people off that money, I'm just gonna call with 9s, and when we have a 3-bet and a jam, I think 9s are probably gonna be, you know, probably not gonna be the best hand very often, so I'm just gonna fold. This guy was bluffing also, so we need to make it as a note while we're playing with him. Able 3-bet squeeze from small blind as a bluff. So we know that this guy has bluffs in his range. He's not just squeezing with aces, kings, ace, king. He has some kind of hands that he 3-bets, but he folds to a jam. We need to know that. It's helpful information. 10-8 suited here in the big 11. Okay, that flop is dangerous. I'm gonna check. Okay, we hit our flush draw on the turn, so I'm gonna start betting now. Okay, we win it. We have queens, which is an amazing hand. Let's hope this guy jumps with his 7s or 8s, whatever. You can do it, come on. I know you want to. No. No. Tens? Yes. Okay, he 3-bets us and he makes it really big, which makes me think it's very likely to be ace-king, because when people make it this huge out of position, they usually want to make it so that you play all-in or fold against them. And usually people want to do that with ace-king because they feel they gonna have a difficult time playing it. Okay, it's aces. Fucking shit, man. Oh, we hit a queen. Oh my god, we hit a fucking queen. Let's fucking go, man. 200,000 chips. Okay, and we have a break. Amazing. Okay, very, very, very lucky wins today. Like, I'm definitely winning a lot of wins, and I'm definitely winning important wins. That's also, you know, a key factor. So 40 players left here in the hyper. We are kind of in the middle. We have 15 big blinds. We're gonna have to win some wins, because we have been a little bit carded for a while, but that's okay. Soon we're gonna get into some spots, I hope. And now we have a break, so I'm gonna be back after the break. I'm back. We have his queen. Amazing. Amazing, you know, hand to come back to. This guy raises on the button, so we have an easy win. Let's see how many. Okay, we got a page jump at 41st place, so there's no need to wait for something. This guy folds. That's fine as well. I mean, obviously we're gonna get called by worse there often, so you wouldn't be mad at a call, but a fold is fine too. We're gonna raise this hand if this guy folds. He doesn't though, so we are the ones who are gonna fold. Ten eight, folding that. Okay, so another page jump is at 27th place. 27th place, it becomes $25. Then at 20th place, it's 30. And you know, there are a little more page jumps, but no significant money is gonna be won until we reach the final table. So we need to aim for that. We need to reach the final table. And in order to do that, we need to get lucky a bit, but yeah. Let's get lucky. Sixes, gonna be a raise. And I think I'm gonna have to call all wins. Yeah, I'm gonna have to call with sixes here. It's just a hyper, so we need to take spots. Let's hope we're flipping. Like, I don't imagine we're gonna be ahead very often, but let's hope that we're flipping and we win the flip. Because we already have 2 big blinds invested. There's like a lot of big blinds from the antes. So yeah, we're gonna call. Let's hope we win. Ace king, okay. 6, nice. We flop a set. Okay, we win it. So 200,000 chips. 250,000 actually. And we're second in chips. So yeah, that's great. How many minutes? 3 minutes ago. 6:23. Okay. Here I complete the small blind with queen suited, and I flop nothing. So we're gonna fold. Here I call the 3-bet against the button. I have a good shot, so I'm gonna call once. Okay, this card maybe makes him slow down. Maybe it doesn't. We'll see. Maybe he has a flush actually, if he has some sort of suited king. Okay, bets again, so we definitely can't call. Okay, here we have ace queen suited. There's a bounty already in, so I'm not gonna just go all in. I'm gonna try to induce all wins. Like, I'm gonna make it seem, by making it 5 big blinds, that I'm trying to isolate the bounty, but I'm still gonna make it look like I have room to fold, so people will try to push me off my hand. They don't though, so I just win the bounty. 450. Let's go. So 450 from this tournament in bounties. Here we have an interesting spot. This guy owns for just 3 big blinds, so I'm gonna call with king 6 suited. It's a good hand to play if this guy calls also. At the same time, we have room to fold if he jumps, so he has 7s. Okay. Fuck, we would have had a flush. Whatever. Doesn't matter anymore. I'm gonna fold. Okay, queen ten suited. And then I'm gonna raise. Very small 3-bet, so I'm definitely not folding. I'm gonna call. We unfortunately have nothing. I mean, we have a backdoor force draw, but we can't really do anything with that. I could consider check raise bluffing here. I mean, it's possible, but maybe queen jack, not queen 10 of hearts. Okay, so back in the hyper, we have king 8 suited, but this guy jumps, so we're gonna have to fold. Not gonna be able to play our hand. Here the other hyper started, so that's the 550 hyper. So 550 hyper and hotter hyper, they're two different tournaments. They're not the same. King queen suited here. I'm gonna try to isolate the limper. Gonna make it 4.2. Okay, so he folds. No. La viola spara. Okay, so jack 10 suited, definitely a raise. Here we can call because we have nines. Okay, here's this king. No! Okay, we lost the flip. Happens sometimes. So this guy don't bet spot, which is annoying. I'm gonna fold it, of course. Okay, nothing. Here we have jacks actually in the hyper. I'm gonna min raise to induce Owens, you know. Okay, we got an win, so we call with jacks, a6. And we hold. That's great. Great stuff. Okay, so 300,000 chips. We're on a roll, man. 26 people left. Let's go. King jack suited in the bounty, raising it up. Okay, so we river a king, which is awesome. Can value bet this. And you know, our opponent is gonna be aware that we're gonna hit this card usually, so he's gonna be aware that we can actually bluff this card. So maybe he'll find some calls. He doesn't understand. Okay, we get a win here with ace 9 for like 8 big blinds. It's against tens. We need a 9 or an ace. No, that's fine. We hit a set here. So we're just gonna call. Try to get all the money in. Let's hope this guy continues betting. He does, so that's awesome. We can just call again and just get it all in on the river. There's no need to, there are no draws that we're scared of, so there's no need to raise. We can just get the money in on the river. And if he's bluffing, let him keep bluffing. Okay, snap call. He has his jack, so yeah, he was bluffing. We got as much as we could. We doubled up. Awesome stuff. And we have jacks again. So I'm gonna min raise again, trying to induce our wins. Let's hope this guy jumps. He doesn't, but we win 30,000 chips anyways. Not gonna call. Okay, so ace-8 offsuit, there are a lot of short stacks, so I'm just gonna jam this hand from the hijack. It's good enough. There's enough fold equity, so people are gonna fold a lot. And there's a lot in the middle. There's like 3 big blinds in the middle, because hypers have huge antes. So it's a great all-in. Let's hope this guy folds. We don't really want to get called. Great, we win more chips. Okay, king 7 suited here in the mini EPT. This guy raises though before us, so I think I'm gonna fold. I'm gonna have to find some bluffs here with some suited kings, but I think I'm gonna use king 9 suited and king 8 suited more often than king 7. Queens in the, what is it, the big 11. Definitely a raise. Oh, what is going on? Why are people so slow at this table, man? I'm fucking getting angry. Okay, so queens, I'm gonna start betting with queens. And I'm actually gonna switch to this table. So we have jack 8 offsuit in the small blind. I'm gonna limp, just call. Okay, so I'm gonna check. I'm gonna start by checking this board. Okay, we have here. I'm just gonna check, and we have a huge spot on our table. Okay, folding. So here we have jacks and we're gonna call. Against 5s and ace king. We hit a jack, so we win both. Nice, that's great. Actually, I'm not gonna press fold just yet. So we win with queens also against. Let's see what we were up against. We were up against 7-10 of diamonds. Okay, that's kind of loose pre-flop call. Okay, so here this 7 is a fold. I'm going call in the big 440. King queen. And I'm up against king queen, so we chop. Here I'm calling for 2 bounties with 6-10. I mean 6-10 offsuit, not a great hand, but when there are 2 bounties, $5 and $3, you know, anything can happen, so might as well just call and see a flop. Okay, this guy just jumps, so we can fold. He has 8s, set of 8s. He gets both the bounties. Okay, we have a7 offsuit. A7 offsuit probably gonna be a no-win now. Blind versus blind, 20 people left. Yeah, just gonna have to jam it. It's just the best way to play the hand. Blind versus blind, so we win some more chips. We have queen 10 offsuit here. We complete the small blind. Flop nothing though. Okay, so we get ace king. We're 13 chips, 19 people left. This guy jumps. We're gonna have to call. Let's hope we fucking win and win the tournament. King queen, we're dominating him. Great, 86%. Fuck jack. No. Oh, why? The most important spots. Okay, ace jack. Ace jack. This one has to beat. We have to win this. 4 big blinds. Let's jump. We get called by ace queen. No. No, there's a queen. Oh my god, man. So close, yet so far. So another hyper, just, you know, a few spots off the final table, but we get eliminated. So we have ace queen offsuit here. Okay, so we get a squeeze here. I'm gonna jam ace queen, it's good enough. He has kings, man. We need a queen or an ace. Nice! Okay, let's go. 304,000 chips. At least this tournament is going really well for now. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna make some rearrangements of my tables. I'm gonna place them in different places. So this here, the bigger 440, it's actually here now, and the bounty builder 440, it's actually here now. Okay, so we still have two tournaments that we are doing really well in. Those are the bounty builder 440, that we're 46th out of 700, we're almost in the money, 20 spots of the money. And here in the 550 mini EPT Paris, we're close to the money, 200 spots of the money. We have a nice stack, 70 big blinds. So we're doing well. Okay, so 5-8 suited. Yeah, I'm gonna defend it. 5 spots of the money. Okay, we hit a 5. Our opponent checks back. I'm gonna bet. This river I'm gonna check. Let's hope he checks back with ace jack. He bets pot. Amazing. Oh my god. I guess I'm gonna fold. Okay, so we're rolling against the button open with 10-9 suited. Let's hope he folds. We're not really hoping for a call. Nice. Here in the bounty builder, I'm gonna jam ace this suited, 2 short stacks with bounties. Okay, we get the folds, which is also fine. It's hand for hand, so yeah. It's probably over already, like we're probably in the money already. 6-8 suited, definitely gonna be a raise if this guy folds. He raises though. Well, when he raises, I'm just gonna fold. Aces. Here I defended ace-9 suited in the big blind against the cutoff, and I flop a gut shot. Now it's a gut shot in a first draw, and I mean that's probably one of the greatest hands to try to check raise, and I could also overbet bluff. I think I'm gonna bet pot as a bluff. Okay, nice. We'll just get the fold. Tens in the big 11. No, yeah, to spora. Okay, we get called, so that means we're gonna be on the defensive, because we're playing out of position against someone. Usually, like, depends on the board. Okay, so king c6 is actually a board that we can have some bets on this board. This time I'm gonna check. I'm gonna start with a check. Okay, so our opponent bets. We're gonna call. Turn is a heart. We can check call again probably. Okay, the bet is really small, so we're definitely gonna call again. We have the 10 of hearts. River is a 3. Really hoped that the river would be a 10, or a heart at least. And our opponent has ace king with the ace of hearts. Well, he didn't 3-bet that before the flop, which is interesting. I mean, we were like 50 big blinds deep, so I guess it's not unheard of. Like, it's possible to just call with ace king offsuit there. Ooh, here we raised queen jack before the flop. Able to 3-bet squeeze from small blind to the bluff. So this guy is probably not a bad player. And which means that in position he plays, great hands. The hands that he's supposed to play. So he's supposed to hit this board a lot. So I'm gonna check to him. Even though I have the nuts, I'm not gonna start betting. And he's gonna bet, which is nice. He bets a little bit on the bigger side, which makes me think that he's actually strong here. Maybe he has ace queen, ace jack, maybe even ace 10, king 10. So I'm really considering, like, how, if I check raise, how am I bluffing? I'm just gonna call, because I don't know how I'm gonna bluff. This is not a great card, because ace 10 now beats me. He checks back though, so I'm gonna assume he doesn't have ace 10. I'm gonna bet really, really big on the river. Hope to get value from a6. That's not, that's not a full house. Okay, he's thinking, so that makes me think we're good. Let's hope we get caught now. We don't though, unfortunate. Yeah, this is a spot that's really, really difficult for me, because I could have check raised the flop, but then I'm thinking, like, how am I bluffing? Like, okay, I can check raise the flop now with queen jack, but how am I gonna check raise it as a bluff? I really need to look this spot somehow. Look it up in a solver. Okay, so here is jack. We're just gonna jump against the cutoff. Get called by ace king. You can hit a spade though. Spade or jack. Nice, ace of spades. Okay, that's good. Here is queen, but we have an under the gun open, then a jump, then a rejump, so I don't think ace queen is gonna be good. I'm just gonna fold it. I mean, it's almost good. Like, on this board it's good. But yeah, it was definitely possible for people to have better hands, so I don't mind the fold. Ace 7 suited in the big 11, I'm gonna fold, because this guy makes it pretty big. Here I'm gonna defend king 8 offsuit because I covered this guy. He has a $3 bounty. Not my favorite board. He definitely has a lot of ace-x, so he could easily have an ace and beat us. If he has a king, usually it's king 9, king 10, king jack, king queen, so he also beats us. We have to call once, but... Okay, so a club is very nice, because now the ace of clubs being on board and the king of clubs being on board, it makes it really not very likely that our opponent has a flush. So we're almost guaranteed to have a check here. That is never good. Like, even if he has, you know, something that needs protection against the flush draws, his range shouldn't be betting like that. So that's a really bad bet. We're just gonna fold. Like, when he does that, he makes it really easy for us. When we have a flush, we call, because we have many more flushes than he does. And when we don't have a flush, we fold. So yeah, not really a good bet by him on the turn. Just makes it really easy to play against it. This is gonna be fold. We got in the money here in the EPT. We have to fold though. So we have a good stack. Actually, it's insane, but this tournament costs $5 to enter, and first place is $8,000. Plus, except that it's you know, $8,000 as cash, you know, money, you also get a full EPT Monte Carlo package. So you're gonna go to Monte Carlo, you're gonna have your flight paid, you're gonna have your hotel room paid, you're gonna have a ticket for the main event that costs like €5,000. So first place is really something in this tournament. And of course we're very far away from that. There's like, we get in the money and there's still like 2,000 people left, which is insane. But you know, you can always dream. I like dreaming. Dreaming big. Pocket fives here in the big 11. Gonna be a raise. Okay, so a very short stack in the big blind with a bounty. We need to min raise, so he has the odds to call. See a flop, maybe we can stack him. Okay, we get, wow, what am I showing? We get jumped on, so we're gonna fold. Contend against king. Queens here. We get jumped on. We're obviously gonna call. We can even hope that somebody else decides to go in with jacks or tens, so we can win more. Okay, this guy goes all in. I mean, there are short stacks, but it's still important to win. So we call. We have queens, ace-6, ace-deuce. They both hit their low cards. Now they hit their deuce, but we have a flush, so that doesn't matter. Obviously. Okay, so another pot coming our way. Okay, so now basically in this tournament, we got into the money, so there's no more ICM pressure. And from here on out, like the pay jumps are really small, and the players that need to go out in order to get a pay jump are a lot. So basically there's almost no ICM, which means that we're gonna play very close to chip PV. And that means that we're gonna get and go after every single spot that is even plus 0.2 EV, let's say. Which means that if we have pocket 9s, for example, and it's plus 0.2 EV to call a 30 big blind all win, let's say, from some kind of early position, then we're gonna do it. We're not gonna consider folding. We're gonna play entirely for chips because right now there are 2,000 players, and when the field halves, so when there are 1,000 players left, we're gonna get a $5 pay jump. So basically, no ICM. We don't need to, hold on to our chips so we can get pay jumps. Like the pay jumps are insignificant. They're really, really, really low pay jumps. So we just need to play for chips and make a huge stack so that we can hopefully reach the later stages of the tournament with a big stack. Okay, this guy limits the button. I have king 9 offset. I'm gonna check, see a flop. Well, I don't have a king. I'm gonna check again. Usually these boards I'm not gonna bet very often, so I'm gonna check them also when I have something. Now there's 3 spades, which is dangerous. Our opponent bets again. I mean, I'm gonna have aces that I can call with. I'm gonna have flushes to call with. So, not really sure if I should call with a king, so I'm gonna fold. Here we have 9s. This guy's short, so I'm gonna try to 3-bet him, get him, to play a one-on-one pot. Hopefully he just goes all in pre-flop, because 9s perform really well against this short of a stack. He just calls. I mean that's fine also, I guess. I'm gonna start with a very small bet. I mean that's a great board for 9s. Like it can't get better. Jack on the turn. We're just gonna jump for protection. Yeah, there's some chance that he has ace jack or king jack suited. He jumps. Ace 9. Okay. Hits the flush though. Fucking idiot. Okay, that's annoying. But yeah, we got our money in good. We just didn't hold. So here I thought we had a big stack, but we actually have 40 big blinds, 50. So the blinds are going up significantly fast. It's like 8, no, it's, how many? It's 10-minute blind levels, but the jumps like are from 6k to 8k, now from 8k to 10k, 12k. So the blinds are jumping fast every 10 minutes. Okay, here we get a nice spot. We have queens. This guy goes all in, 250 bounty. We're just gonna call, hope that somebody else goes all in, so we can call them as well. We cover everyone at the table, which is great. We can play for all the bounties. Okay, so we're up against kings. Yeah, I was, I forgot the word. I had the urge to yell out queen, but then I remembered that I hit so many queens today against aces, against kings, that it would be too much. So I decided to just sit in silence and accept the defeat this time. I love how this guy he didn't give a fuck. He was under the gun, and he didn't even take a second to go all in with kings. Like, he was like, okay, kings, I'm all in. He didn't think about mid-raising or something like that. He just knew. He's all in. That's it. Ace ten offsuit. I'm gonna min-raise it, and I'm gonna have to call all wins probably with this stack size. So if the small blind or the big blind goes all in, yeah, we're gonna have to call. Ace king. We need a 10. No 10. Okay, we have 2 minutes left of the late registration, so I'm gonna go all in. Maybe we're gonna go out and I can re-enter. Come on, faster, faster. I just have 1 minute. Come on, dude. Fold or call. I don't know. Actually, call. No, don't call, because if you call, it's gonna take longer. Because they're gonna be checks, bets. Come on. Okay, he folds. Ace king. Let's hope he holds. Let's hope our opponent wins. Nice. I can re-enter now. Fast, fast. Re-enter. Okay, I did it. I re-entered. Ace 10 here. I checked in the big blind because it's a linked pot. I'm gonna check again. Probably gonna go for a check raise because against limpers, top pair, top kicker is pretty good. They're gonna have weak ranges. King comes, which is not good. I'm gonna check again. Okay, now he starts betting. I can't check raise now. I'm just gonna call. Okay, 5 on the river. Let's hope he missed the first draw and now he's gonna check. Because his bet on the turn was, pretty small. I'll consider calling if he bets. Because he limped pre-flop, so I don't know, maybe he doesn't have that many kings. And yeah, he checked back and we win. And also the size on the turn was really small, so it's not very likely to do that with a king. He's not very likely to do it with a king. He has pocket sevens, okay. I don't know if I'm gonna raise. Yeah, I'm definitely not gonna raise now. If this guy hadn't called, I was still probably gonna fold. It's too weak, you know. Even though it's a limp, it still comes from under the gun, so I have to be careful. Oh, we get nines in the B11, our re-entry. So that's an easy win. Let's jump. King queen calls. We need a heart or a 9. We hit neither, so we are out again. Damn. What a waste of $11. This guy's going for 12 big blinds, we can call that. Jack for suited here. Gonna be a call, the big blind. Okay, that's a flop that I can sometimes lead, I think. I mean, sometimes. I'm gonna check this time though. Okay, so I'm definitely gonna bet now. This is a board that hits me very well, hits my range very well in the big blind, so I can even bet a 5 like that sometimes and go for overbets on the river, so yeah, we bet small, we win it. Here we have to call, it's just 4 more big blinds. Queen 9 offsuit. Not the greatest hand to do that. He wins though. Okay. Please go all in. We have an ace, okay, so we can play for $5.50 bounty. We have a 7, definitely calling here. King 8. Okay, we hit the ace. Nice. So now $10 in bounties already. And we have a bigger stack, we have 40 big blinds. If this guy folds, I'm probably gonna raise this one. It's a little bit, you know, wide, because usually the bottom of the range is offsuit 8s. But I covered a big blind, so, and he has, you know, a big blind, so that's why I was gonna do it. So this guy, not only did he all-in with Queen 9 offsuit against us and won in the most disgusting way possible, next hand he gets jacks. And now he wins with jacks because he went all-in, this guy didn't. So he won with jacks against ace king. Yeah. And now he has more chips than us. How is that possible? Okay, I got disconnected again. Great. Oh, I'm back. No, I have such a pretty hand. Why did you have to go all in? And you're from Bulgaria? My man, why did you do it? I have to fold now. Six here. Okay, this guy limps. I'm gonna limp again. As well, I mean. This guy raises. So we have a, I mean, the raise is not very big, and we have a pretty, decent hand. Like, it's king high, suited. So we're gonna call. We hope a force draw, which is great. And he just jumps, and we can't fold a force draw, so we're gonna have to call that. Jack deuce, so we're ahead actually. Okay, nice. So we win a huge pot against this fucking idiot. I really hate him. Okay, so we have 66, how do you say it? 600,000 chips, which is amazing. And now we get kings in the bounty builder. Let's see now. Okay, first, this guy jumps 30 big blind, so we're gonna have to go win. I'm 3-betting kings. Oh fuck. Okay, we had a jack, which doesn't really help at all, actually. Okay, here with kings, I was thinking about calling and trapping, but I decided against it. Of course, having kings, there's like 90% chance that the board is ace high. It's just theoretically correct. So I'm gonna start with a check here. Opponent bets. Oh, I hate it. Fucking hate it. Okay, so they're probably. I don't see how he bluffs here, so I'm just gonna fold kings. Like, I don't think he bets a queen like that. I don't think he turns any other pair into a bluff. He's not good enough to do that. So there are probably no draws. Like, I have two kings. So the only draw that he could have is probably king jack or king 10. But having two kings makes that much less likely because the kings are in me. So it's probably an ace. When you look at it like that, he's probably just betting an ace. And yeah, I'm not calling. Not giving him extra chips. What? Another break? Wow, already? Okay, so I'll be back after the break, I guess. Okay, I'm back. Just in time. Here we have 9-10 suited. Big 440. I'm actually gonna register another hyper. Let's see if we can get 3 hyper deep runs in one day. It's the Hotter Hyper 11, which starts in 30 minutes. We get squeezed, we can't go. Too short. Queen 10 could be a race sometimes. So it's time I'm gonna raise it. We get a call. Another call. Okay, so I'm gonna start with a check on this board. Okay, now we can hit an 8 or we can hit a jack for a straight. This guy bets really small. I'm gonna use the king as a bluffing card and I'm gonna raise him. I think having the queen of hearts also helps, because it makes the chance of somebody having a flush draw that he can deal with smaller. Okay, so we got the fold out of this guy. We didn't get a fold out of this guy, which makes me, pretty sure that this guy has a king, and people with these stakes, I don't believe they fold top pair very much. He's not gonna think I have an 8 very often, so I'm just gonna check and I'm gonna give up. He has ace king. He didn't squeeze that pre-flop. Why? Why? I was not expecting him to fold that, so that's why I didn't bluff. But why didn't he squeeze before the flop, man? There's a raise from the low jack, a call. He has ace king on the button with 30 big blinds, and he just calls. How scared are you? And what are you scared of? Okay, never mind. Okay, jack 9 offset in the big blind. We're gonna defend it against the raise. Okay, this guy just completes, so we're gonna check. Again, in the big blind you want to play polarized with the raise, so you want to raise your trash and your best hands. Jack 9 offset is a great example of hand that's in the middle, so we just check. Now we have a good shot into our card, so we're definitely not going anywhere. Go. 5 of diamonds is a little bit scary because our opponent limped, so he can definitely have suited hands. He's being really small, but still, without a diamond I think I'm gonna have to fold here. Okay, so here we have king queen suited. I'm gonna mix between a 3-bet and a call. This time I'm gonna call. And we flop. Great. We can definitely consider check raising this. We can also check call it. It's not out of the question. I'm gonna mix. This time I'm gonna check call. just because of the blocking effects. So check call this. We also have aces that we're gonna raise on the button. Here this guy bets again on the turn, so we're gonna call again and hope that we get jammed on the river, because we have a great hand. Okay, we're gonna snap call. He has queens. Wow, insane. So we're out of that. This guy 3-bets us to a very small size, and we have aces, so we have to call. We're out of the bounty builder in a very frustrating way, I'm gonna say. Like having top 2 pair against a set. Like there's only one combination of queens left in the deck. There's one queen on board. We have one queen in our hand, so yeah, pretty annoying. 483. So we need to remember that 483. I call here. 483. If he bets here, I'm just gonna jump the turn. Like the board is too dynamic, so I'm not gonna let a 6, a 7, or a spade to come off and ruin the action. So I guess I'm just gonna overbet jump for value. I think there are worse hands that call me. I also need some protection, so I mean aces are the hand that need least protection, but yeah, we get a fold. I guess it's fine. If the board had been better, we could have got the whole stack, but yeah. With aces, we definitely want to swap play. When we get 3-bet before the flop and we have such a short stack, like 25 big blinds, 30 big blinds, we want to start calling more than going, because the big blind has a lot of, trash in his range. So by having 2 aces, we block the chance of him having a good hand, and we want to get more value by playing post flop. Man, I'm still mad a little bit about the king queen. King queen versus queens. We hit top 2 pair, man. Okay, 9s here, definitely a raise. If somebody 3-bets us or jumps, we're gonna have to call, because as I said, we're playing very close to pure GPV. There's almost no ICM at this point, so this is a clear call. Let's hope everybody folds so we can call, make some chips against his pocket 8s. Ace jack, okay. We just have to hold. Nice, let's go, man. So 800,000 chips, amazing. We are 52nd out of 1,000 people. So I feel great. So yeah, almost no money is made. Like top 100 gets $46, which is like, it's not insignificant, but right now we're guaranteed $14, so for 900 people to go out, we just get a $30 pay jump, which is not that much. So yeah, we need to just play chippy V, accumulate chips, and hopefully we can reach a final table. I mean, it would be amazing in such a big tournament if we could do it. Here in the big 440, we have 6s, 15 big blinds. We're probably gonna have to go all in, because we are not close enough to the money as to where, you know, we can start thinking about folding pairs for 15 big blinds. There's already 3 big blinds in the pot, so I think that's a pretty easy decision. Just go all in. We get called by ace king. 6. No 6. Okay, so we have only one table left. It's a pretty huge tournament. We're gonna defend the 9 offsuit. We flop a good shot with a 10 of clubs. I was gonna use it as a check raise, but now that this guy checked back the flop, you know, it's not a bad play actually. I'm gonna check. I have a pair. I have a 9 for straight draw, so I can check call definitely. Okay, so he bets as he should. This guy's probably good, like, given the way he checked, the way he bets the turn. Okay, we hit another 10, which is awesome, like, amazing. Unfortunately, he checks back. He probably hit, I don't know, Jack Queen, I'm gonna guess, or I don't know, Jack Queen, or maybe pocket queens. Ace Jack, okay. Well, almost. Okay, so the moment that there's only one table left, the action is going to become really slow, but you know, it's a pretty huge spot. And also there's actually the hyper that's starting in... You know what, I'm gonna register another KO. Whatever. Today it's Sunday, so we're gonna stay up late. Okay, so this is the... what is it? This is the Hutter 750 KO. Yeah, let's play some tables. Okay, Queen 10 is gonna be a fold. Ace 9 offsuit, gonna be a raise. How is the grind going? It's going actually very well today. We hit 2 deep runs in Hyper Turbos. So in the Hyper Turbo 330 and the Hyper Turbo 550, we made deep runs, but we got eliminated just before the final table in both of them. I am probably gonna put them in a compilation and put them in a video, so you can watch the video for some highlights when I make it. And right now I have a pretty deep run in a big tournament, the mini EPT Paris 550 that's on screen right now. That's a pretty big bet. I don't think I can call this. There's 1,000 people left. We're 50th in chips, 58, and it's, you know, $5 to enter, but first place is $8,000, second place is $6,000, so it's a really huge tournament, and we're hoping to, you know, reach the final table. There are also added prizes, so I can't call this all in. I'm gonna have to fold. There are also added prizes. So on top of the cash money, that's like first place $8,000, you also win a full package for the EPT Monte Carlo. So you win money for the flight, for the tickets to Monte Carlo. You also win money for the hotel that you're gonna sleep in, and you win a 5,000 euro ticket for the main event. So you know it's a really huge tournament, and we're still far off from reaching the final table because there are 1,000 people left. But you know it's good to dream. I like dreaming big. So do you actually play poker, or do you just watch it for fun? Jack 9 offset here in the Hotter 750. I'm gonna raise it. And get called by the small blind. Okay, this is a board that I'm gonna continuation bet. I'm gonna use this hand as a bluff. And we're gonna get a lot of folds usually. Okay, we don't get a fold now, which means that our opponent either has something that beats us, or he has an underpair. In both cases, I don't expect him to fold a queen now if I bet. I don't expect him to fold a king. I expect him to fold underpairs though, so there's no reason in betting, because I'm just getting called by better and falling out worse. So if he has an underpair now, or some kind of ace high, like ace 10 for example, I'm just gonna win by checking. He has queen 9, okay, so he has a better full house. Queen 9 offsuit, if I'm not mistaken, he had. Yeah, which is a bad call preflop. He shouldn't be calling with that preflop. When I raise the button, Queen 10 offsuit is the bottom of his calling range, so that's a mistake by him, but he won the hand, so I can't say anything. Oh, there's some guy that limped. Okay, so the Hyper Turbo, where is it? The Hyper Turbo 11, it's starting in 15 minutes. Let's see if we can get the third deep run for today in a Hyper Turbo. Ace Jack offsuit, that's a nice hand. I mean, it's fine. Okay, that's a 12 big blind all in. We're gonna have to call that. We're ahead of his range usually. Sometimes he's gonna have ace queen and ace king, but you know, most of the time we're ahead of what he goes all in with. If this guy folds, we're gonna definitely call. If this guy goes all in, I'm really gonna have to think about it. I'm not really sure. And this guy is thinking. So okay, the fact that he's thinking makes me think. Okay, never mind. Doesn't matter. Okay, he has ace king. We need a 10 or a jack. We don't hit. Unfortunate. Still, it's a pretty standard call. Like for 12 big blinds from there, he's gonna have ace 10, ace 9, ace 8, ace 7, ace 6, ace 5 suited. Lots of stuff that we just crush. So he's gonna have king jack also that we dominate, queen jack suited that we dominate, jack 10 suited that we dominate. So kind of annoying that he had ace king, but man 5 suited. This one I think I'm gonna raise from the button if everybody else folds, even though the small blind is a little bit short. Okay, so we got saved there. This guy raising, this guy jamming. If this guy hadn't raised, we would have hit the fold. So pocket sixes, definitely gonna be a raise. So we have 40 big blinds. Okay, we just get folds, which is fine. Okay, here we have a interesting spot. It's a limp pot, and we're in the big blind. And there's a deuce on the turn. Nobody had bet the flop, so I'm gonna overbet the turn. I'm gonna bet 150% because I'm the guy who has the most, the biggest amount of 2x in the big blind. So I'm gonna use that range advantage to overbet and win it with a good shot. And here I'm flatting aces. I'm not 3-betting them because this guy is short and we don't really need to 3-bet to beat a bigger pot. And at the same time, I'm giving exactly what happens. I'm giving this guy the option to squeeze, and now I can play it two ways. I can go in, I can also call. I think I make more chips if I just call, because this guy is supposed to have bluffs here. So I'm gonna call with aces. And this is a really nice flop to try to get some money. Because if he has tens, jacks, queens, kings, he's gonna keep firing and he's probably gonna, empty the clip. So yeah, he bets. I'm not gonna check raise because if I check raise, yeah, he's gonna still get the money in probably with queens, kings, and jacks, but I get rid of his bluffs and I want to keep his bluffs in. So a 10 on the turn, not that great because if he has tens, he hits a set, but still, we can fold aces. So we check and we hope for a win that we can snap call. He has nines, which is, it's really annoying, man. So we lose with aces against nines. That's the way we go out. Pretty annoying. Fuck, man. So 879th, that's $14.46. Pretty annoying. Not gonna lie, not really happy. I love poker. I play steady and watch. Started about 7 months ago and I withdrew about 1.6k USD without ever depositing. Wow, that's amazing actually. But I used all the money for the living because I'm also studying engineering, so my bankroll is zero. I would love to be a full-time pro, but it's not possible in the near future. Yeah, that's also my dream actually. One day I'm actually studying computer science, so I'm gonna be soon. I'm gonna have to find a job as a how do you say it, software developer. And I'm gonna collect some money. I'm gonna work this job for a little while, but my ultimate dream is to use part of that money that I'm gonna earn for investing into a bigger poker bankroll, so that I can maybe someday try to play like a poker pro, because I just love the game the same way you say. I just love studying it, I love watching it, I love playing it. It's an amazing game. So actually, how old are you? You say you're studying engineering, so I guess you're in your early 20s probably, if you're studying in university. Oh, now there's only one table. I hate when only one table is left. The hyper starts in 10 minutes, so it's not gonna start soon. I had such big hopes for this tournament with the EPT Paris. Aces against nines. Oh man. My back. Oh my god. I was so tense because earlier today I was playing like 8 tables and I had, I had a pretty big spot in the Hyper 330, so I was really concentrated, so I was staying really stiff, standing really stiff, and now my back fucking hurts. Oh, I'm gonna need to move a bit. Maybe on the next break I'll just start, I'm gonna do some push-ups. Here we have ace king. This guy is really short actually. Let's hope he jumps so we can get... Okay, nice. So he jumps, we can try to play for his bounty. Let's hope somebody else jumps, maybe this guy. Maybe he tries to isolate the bounty so we can play for his bounty as well. Or maybe this guy. Okay, he doesn't. I'm gonna jump. Yeah, isolating the bounty, and at the same time I cover this guy. So if he decides to call, I'm gonna play for his bounty as well. Or maybe I should have just clicked it, something like that. Make him like induce a no-win. Yeah, maybe I could have played it smarter. Whatever. We still win one bounty, 170. King 5 offsuit. Let me take a cup of water, a glass of water actually. Oh, I need to move more. Okay, so next break, I'm gonna do some push-ups, definitely. Some push-ups and some squats, just so I can get a little bit of blood flowing. The second table, which is gonna make the action a little bit faster, because right now it's really slow playing one table. So that's one thing I have noticed, like getting used to online poker. Playing online poker, many tables at the same time, you get used to really fast action. Like you click all the buttons, you like click, 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 click all the time, and then when you play one table, it's pretty like really slow. You definitely feel how slow it is. And then if you go and play live poker, like in a casino, oh my god, man, it's so slow. Like 15 minutes probably doesn't even it doesn't even happen a full rotation. So in 15 minutes you could play like 6 hands or 7 hands, which is insanely slow. And I actually went about half a year ago to a live poker tournament in a casino, and the blind levels were 15 minutes long. And I thought, okay, 15 minutes on a blind level, that's a pretty normal structure. But it was like it was a hyper turbo. Basically, it was so fast that I blinded out because I was pretty card dead. And I blinded out really fast, so I had 13 big blinds. I had to go all in with ace jack. And somebody had 5s, so he called me. And he yeah, he defeated me. So wife poker is really small when you get used to online playing. I'm 23, so you're 2 years older than me. I'm 21. I'm still young, young and stupid. Hopefully we get to meet in a huge final table. Yeah, let's hope so. It's gonna be actually really fun. I actually love playing against people who I know. Earlier today, I in the Bounty Builder for 40, I played against a player from Bulgaria, Milkov, that I don't personally know, but I have texted with him in a Discord group that's about poker here in Bulgaria. So I actually kind of know him. And I played against him and I won a huge pot against him. I had queens and he decided to go all in with fives for some bounty. So he went all in with fives for like 80 big blinds and I had queens. And I won that pot, so I was really happy. I love playing against people who I know, just it's fun. So yeah, hopefully we get to meet someday at a big final table. Okay, so ace-8 suited here. I mean, I'm gonna mix some 3-bet bluffs, not a lot, so I'm gonna call this time. Like usually my 3-bets are gonna come from suited broadways in the spot. Okay, we hit an 8, which is... It's both a blessing and a curse. Because we have something, but if somebody has something better, maybe we'll get stuck in calling. So this guy c-bets for a small size. If this guy folds, I'm gonna call. Okay, I can call once. He's betting against 3 people, so I need to be careful, but we'll call one, see what happens on the turn. The turn is not an 8, not an ace. Doesn't really change anything. Let's see what he does now. Okay, he bets really small. Like, I was considering, folding to a second barrel, but when he bets this small, I'm gonna have to call again, but because I think it's likely that he has a bluff. I'm checking again. Let's hope he checks back. I got disconnected for a second there. I don't know why. For 2 seconds actually. Okay, he's betting really small again. Like, this really seems like it's pocket 9s or pocket 10s. But I'm gonna call, because I guess there are a lot of bluffs here. You could have 9-10, some kind of overcard, so I'm gonna call. He has 10s, yeah. It seemed a lot like pocket 9s or pocket 10s, but oh well. I'm gonna have to find some calls there that are not just a jack, because if I just call with a jack, then it's pretty bad. And I think this hand qualifies pretty well as a bluff catcher, and his size was really small, so that also makes it not bad of a call, I think. And also the way he bets, it's not good actually. So I'm gonna attack him as not that good of a player. Yeah. He's not supposed to bet that flop very often with 10s. He's also not supposed to bet that turn. He's also not supposed to bet that size on the river, so... Usually, when you're in position on the river, you want to bet most of the times, like there are some exceptions, but most of the time you want to bet half pot or more. You don't want to bet 1/3 or 1/4. Okay, so the hyper started finally. Hyper 11. King suited from the hijack. I'm gonna have to fold. I think King 4 suited is the bottom of the range here. Just 3, just 9, terrible hands. I have never actually played wife. Well, it's fun. It's a little bit stressful. Like, it's much more stressful than playing online, because playing online you're just at the comfort of your chair, at the comfort of your house. It's a well-known environment to you, so you're pretty chill and you don't really sweat that much. But playing wife, it has some some amount of adrenaline. Like, when you play wife, people are gonna stare at you a lot. They're gonna think like, what is this guy doing here? Who is he? Let me see if I can get some information out of him. So, for example, when you pull a bluff that you're supposed to do, but you're doing it wife, you're gonna have to like stay still for, let's say, 3 to 4 minutes, for example, because I have not played wife a lot, but I have had hands in tournaments, wife poker tournaments, where I have made some huge bluffs on the river, going all in for my whole stack, and I have had to just stand still and watch one spot for 4 minutes while somebody's staring at me, and my heart is just gonna explode. So it's fun. If you like adrenaline, if you like putting yourself in stressful situations, it's pretty fun, actually. Here against the big blind, this board is gonna introduce some checks, but I don't think people are good enough to take advantage of the fact that they have advantage around the trees. So I'm not gonna get check raised often enough, but still I get check raised. And ace king, I'm gonna have to call once, see what happens on the turn. Okay, so here I'm gonna have hearts. I'm gonna have 2 diamonds that I can continue calling with. So having the the offset variation of ace king, I'm just gonna fold because I have enough stuff to continue with. Here I isolated an emperor and I'm c-betting this flop because it's pretty dry, so I'm gonna get a lot of folds usually. I get clicked though, so it's very likely he has a queen. I'm just gonna fold. Or maybe he doesn't, but I still can't call with 8 high, so. I don't have any poker friends apart from my cousins, who are absolutely atrocious and limp like 80% of hands. Yeah, most of the poker friends that I have that are actually good, I have met online. My poker friends that are, my real friends actually, and they have just won poker through me, they're pretty bad. Like, they limp 80% of hands, as I say, even though I've told them like 1,000 times that you're not supposed to limp, you're supposed to enter the pot with a raise. And they're like, ah, okay. And next hand, they just limp. Like, I'm explaining it to them, and they're still doing it. I don't know why. They just don't get the game, or they're not that interested in learning the game. But yeah, most of my poker friends that are my real friends are also pretty bad. So you're gonna have to go online and make some online friends if you want to find somebody who's good at this game, because the game is actually, it's really complicated. Like, it's a really difficult game. The way I'm explaining it to people who like get introduced to poker for the first time is I always make the how do you say it? Okay, so I tell them that it's kind of like chess, but that every third move there's a 50% chance that your knight can move like a queen. So it's like chess, it has strategy, but there's also variance. So you can play good strategy and win, but sometimes your opponent is just gonna have their knight move as a queen too often, and he's gonna checkmate you even though you played great moves. It's kind of strange way to explain it, but it's some sort of an analogy. Man, why am I losing chips in this tournament? What is going on? Let's see, are there more tournaments that I can register? There's a bounty adrenaline, but it's 1650 to enter. That's a little bit above the top of my buy-in range, because I don't think I have a huge enough bankroll to play $16 tournaments yet. Hopefully soon that's gonna change, because I think I have the skills to beat $16 tournaments, but just not the bankroll, and I don't want to risk it because, you know, it's been a steady grind for me in the past 2 years. I started with $50 actually, and I'm not gonna say how much I have now because I don't like sharing it. Like, there are some people who I know in real life who sometimes watch my streams, and I don't want everyone to know how much money I've made or how much money I have. But yeah, I started with $50 basically, and I made a lot more, so I'm pretty happy with that for 2 years. Okay, we have King Queen here. Yeah, maybe there's a hyper turbo that's beginning in an hour, but that's basically it. Like, all the other tournaments that I can register right now are gonna go very, very late, and I don't want to stay up till like 8 a.m. in the morning, so yeah. Here I start with a check because I'm out of position, and I want to check to the in-position player. I'm playing more defensively when I'm out of position. He uses really big size on the flop, and you know, that's kind of scary, but I have the Queen of Clubs, and I also have the best queen that I can have, the King Queen, so I'm gonna have to call once. Okay, there's a flop on the turn, which is nice. Maybe it makes him slow down a bit. Like if he had, yeah, let's say Ace 10, maybe this club scares him. So now at this point, I don't think I'm gonna turn my hand into a bluff. So I'm just gonna check and hopefully win against some kind of a bluff he had on the flop, even though he's more likely to have an ace. Yeah, ace 9. I said ace 10, he has ace 9, basically the same hand. So he got one street of value out of me, but yeah. People with these stakes actually play really, really honestly. Like, when they bet this big on the flop, it's almost always just an ace. Like, yeah, they're gonna have some bluffs sometimes. It's not completely impossible, but most of the time they just play their hands face up. They don't balance enough. Okay, so 3 times the big blind is a really huge raise. And something's going on here. There's a raise, a 3-bet, a 4-bet all-in. Seems interesting. I got disconnected again. I hate it. Hate it when it happens. Okay, at least I didn't fold ace jack, like I reconnected in time. Okay, so here I'm gonna raise. Okay, it doesn't go all-in, so we can't play for his bounty. Do you play chess? Yeah, I do play chess actually. I'm not that good at chess, like compared to poker. I'm really good at poker and I'm terrible at chess, but I play chess sometimes. I enjoy the game also. Here I'm gonna start betting. Probably just gonna bet 3 streets. Okay, never mind. Just bet 1 and fold. Jack 7 is a fold. I actually plan on, because my channel here on YouTube, I haven't exactly made it a official poker channel. I don't want to make only poker videos. I used to play chess for like 3 to 4 years. Okay, so you're definitely better than me, because, I'm. It's been 3 years since I started playing chess, but I haven't played the whole 3 years. Like, I started playing chess, I played it for, let's say, a year, and then I made a big pause. Like, I hadn't played in like 2 years, and I started playing chess 2 months ago again. So I'm not really that good. What was I saying? I was saying something. Okay, I completely forgot. Fuck, I hate when that happens, man. I hate when I forget my thoughts. It was about chess. Peaked at about 900, 1900 euro, and gave up because he needed to study to improve after that. Yeah, it's annoying when you have to study, but yeah. 1900 euro is actually a lot. I think I have like my biggest evo, my highest evo is in 10-minute games, so in rapid, and I have 1460, so 1460. I almost got to 1500 at one point, but I lost some games after that. This is a really small bet on the turn, so I'm gonna call again. I actually could have raised that. I mean, when he bets that small on the turn. Okay, maybe he was inducing, because now he goes all in. He's a fault. Oh yeah, I remember actually. I remember what I was saying. I was talking about how I am not planning for this channel to be only a poker channel. So sometimes, for example, now I'm streaming poker, so I'm playing with a delay. Even though almost nobody is watching, I'm still gonna have to make sure that in the future nobody has the ability to stream snipe. So I'm playing with a delay, but sometimes I'm gonna play some games, and I'm also planning on streaming some chess sometimes. So those streams will have no delay. And yeah, it's gonna be fun. We can talk in real time actually when that happens. But I'm gonna try to get some more, people who get in the chat more regularly. So we have more people to talk to. Also, people can talk to each other. It's a channel that I just decided to create for fun. Here I'm gonna start value betting. I'm value betting, and at the same time I'm protecting against flush draws, against overcards. So I think it's a nice bet. We get called. We can definitely be called by worse. River is a 9. So if we got called by a worse 9, now this 9 has a full house. And if he has a 9 with a full house, he's gonna probably jam, and we're gonna chop. But if he has a missed flush draw, maybe he decides to bluff. So I'm gonna check to him and hope that he bluffs with a missed flush draw. And because I have a diamond and a spade, and the board is 2 clubs and 2 hearts, so it's very likely, I unblock all the missed flush draws, so I make it very likely for him to have a missed flush draw, and maybe he's bluffing now. I'm gonna raise all in, still I have a full house, and he folds, so yeah, he was probably bluffing. But if I had jammed, he was just gonna fold, and now I got 1500 more chips, because I gave him the opportunity to bluff because of my cards that unblock the bluffs. What is it? 8, 9, 10. Okay, queen jack suited here, 18 big blinds. If this guy raises, I'm pretty sure I can go all in. He doesn't though, so I'm just gonna raise myself. If this guy jumps, I'm gonna have to call, because he has a bounty. He doesn't though. So let's see now. Okay, here we have king 9. Sometimes I'm gonna raise it, like not really that often. I'm gonna mix. Okay, so check this time. Mostly I'm gonna check the. Mostly I'm gonna raise the trash hands, like just 9, 3, 10 for jack, 4, 9, and also the strongest hands, like ace, ace, king. Here we have a good shot, so we can't go anywhere. We're just gonna call. Okay, ace on the turn. It's a club. We have the king of clubs, so maybe there's some potential there. I actually think this hand is a pretty nice bluff candidate, so I'm gonna start betting it. Because we block the straights, we block king jack, we block 9 jack. And at the same time we have the king of clubs, so if a club comes on the river, we can also bluff. And we just win it there, which is nice. Queen 8 offsuit, I'm gonna fold it. Like, I mean, there's a limp. I could call it. But this guy is really short, so he's likely to jam, and I can't call with queen 8, so I'm gonna fold. This guy raises, I'm gonna fold. Okay, we have a break. Wow, I actually need that, because I need to stretch. I feel fucking stiff, man. Okay, so I'm gonna be back after the break. I'm gonna do some push-ups, some squats, and yeah, I'll be back. Okay, so I'm back. I think this tournament is gonna be the first one to start. We actually have a 4 big blind stack on our right, so that's good. We're gonna see if we can win his bounty, because that's about the only thing we can do right now. We're actually not doing really well in that tournament, but whatever. Do you play cash games also, or only MTT? So, when I started playing poker 2 years ago, I started with a $50 bankroll, and I played only cash games because I didn't know anything about the game. MTTs are really complicated, so I just put some money in and I start playing 1 cent, 2 cents, and I got, I think I got pretty lucky. Like I was a terrible player. I was what you call an aggro fish, aggressive fish. So I was basically raising a lot of hands and just betting pot, and people were just folding a lot. So that's how I made money. But it's actually a terrible way to play, and it only works at the 1 cent, 2 cents, and maybe 2 cents, 5 cents stakes. So I got some money. I increased my bankroll, and as soon as I got my bankroll up to $400, around $400. Then I started playing MTTs, and then I started actually studying the game and studying MTTs, and that's when I, completely forgot about cash games. So if I start playing cash games, I'm gonna be terrible now because I know how difficult they can be. Also, I'm gonna go all in here to isolate the bounty, which I thought is definitely good enough to do it. Unfortunately, we're dominated. We can hit a 9 though. No 9. Okay, so is there a re-entry? Like, if there's a re-entry, maybe I'll do it. Let's see. Okay, so there is. I'm gonna re-enter. Got 5 big blinds. Not the best situation, but whatever. 7.5. Oops. So yeah, I'm actually I have started playing poker by playing cash games, but I'm not really good at them. So yeah, mainly MTTs. I'm gonna stream MTTs because that's what I have studied and that's what I'm really good at. If I start playing cash games, yeah, I can start guessing sometimes, but 100 big blind poker is difficult. Okay, if I'm gonna play the Hyper 330, am I gonna play it? Well, I'll register it and we'll see if I play it. So 330 there, 440 there. Actually not. I'm not gonna play the 440. Man, decisions. So I'm not gonna play this tournament. I'm just gonna play the Hyper. Because I don't want to stay very late. Like if I'm gonna win a tournament, for example, with this 750, if I'm gonna win it, okay, I'll stay till 5 a.m. But otherwise, I don't really want to stay very late because I need to study during the week. Queen 8, definitely not a raise from under the gun. Okay, so we get ace queen here in the hot 750, the bounty builder. And against the undergun raise, I think I can still jam 25 big blinds. Like, considering that he covers me, he's gonna call sometimes with ace jack suited maybe, so. Okay, we get a fold, which is fine as well. Okay, now we get ace queen here in the hyper. Let's see if we can get a third deep run in the hyper. Okay, so this guy jumps, we're definitely gonna call. We're also gonna call if this guy jumps or this guy jumps, so we have a pretty strong hand. We dominate, so let's call it. Nice. Give me the chips. Okay, fives, another great hand. I mean, it's not great, but it's good. Here I have king 10 suited against the cutoff raise. I can just go all in with that. I'm considering folding fives here. Yeah, I'm gonna fold fives. I mean, I can go all in, but there's a limp. This guy has a late to a good size. I'm gonna prefer actually going all in here with ace 5 suited, even though ace 5 suited is a worse hand than fives just because of the blocker, having an ace. And fives don't block anything, any of the strong hands, so. This guy showed something. What did he show? He probably showed the queen. I'm gonna have to guess. Is it gonna show it on the replay though? No, it's not. It's not on the replay. Okay, here everybody folds. I don't know why. I'm just gonna limp because, you know, there's a guy who win for 0.3 big blinds. Even though we have a terrible hand, we can still try to win the bounty. And he actually folded, so if, you know, if we make this guy fold, we just win the bounty. And if he makes us fold, then it's another story, but okay. So here I'm gonna bet big because I want him to fold and take him on the bounty. Okay, so we get 170, just like that, just by paying attention. Most people don't pay attention and they don't win the bounty. Okay, so that's 170 again. Like, I was confused for a second, shouldn't it be 340, but the last 170 got, you know, cancelled because we got knocked out. So we have 170 again. Okay, Jack 10 here. If everybody folds, I'm gonna defend it. Even though it's a little bit scary when somebody has a really short stack, like 12 big blinds, and just min raises, because, you know, usually that's where people start to go all in, and when they min raise, they have aces, kings, strong hands, queens maybe. We have a pair, a first row, we can't fold. So we're gonna call, see a turn. Okay, turn is the 8 of spades, which is not really helpful. We hope to see the king of hearts on the river. That would be the best. Okay, ace of clubs. So here I'm gonna check, like hope. I don't know what I'm hoping for, but probably our opponent has kings and or queens, and he's gonna check, and we're gonna lose. That's how I imagine it most of the time. He goes all in. Maybe he has pocket aces. That's another way. So he jumps. Fifth and jack. I mean, it's fucked up, but I'm gonna fold. I don't see how people find enough bluffs here, so that's why I'm folding. King 4, I'm gonna fold. Have you won any tournament? Yeah, I've actually won a lot of tournaments. I mean, today I haven't won any, or since I started streaming I haven't won any, but I think I have close to 20 wins. So yeah, I have won tournaments, definitely. And I have definitely more than 100 final tables. I mean, I have around not 6,000, but 5,000 tournaments played for the last 2 years. And yeah, Opito, Emil Tsanev, welcome to the stream. Ace 4 suited, offsuit here, 15 big blinds, definitely a no-win. Emo, have fun, thank you. Sometimes I'm gonna stream chess, and I'm gonna stream without delay when I'm streaming chess, so you can join in and we can actually chat in real time when I'm doing that. So I can text you when I'm streaming chess. Here 5 big blinds, queen jack suited. I'm gonna go all-in. I'm gonna try to isolate against this player. Like, if this guy had folded, I would have gone all-in against these 3 guys. So the fact that he goes all-in, you know, makes my range a little bit tighter, but still this hand has great equity, and I think there are a lot of big blinds to be won here. This guy has ace-10. We need a jack or a queen. We're wife. Nice! We hit it on the river. Okay, so that's a huge pot. We get 18,000 chips. We become 60th, 64th out of 700 people. Now we have a stack. So yeah, that's good. Great river. Love to see it. Now this guy wins for 2 big blinds. Okay, I have queen 10 suited. I'm just gonna call. I mean, again, maybe I should have clicked it. Like when I click, I make it a little bit scarier for people behind. And at the same time, I still have room to fold if somebody jumps. But nobody jumped, so I guess it's fine. This guy flops an ace though. We're dead. Or maybe not. Okay, we're dead. Yeah, whatever. It's a 2 big blind investment, so I can live with it. Ace 3 suited. I'm gonna be a race. Okay, against the button on 988, I'm gonna start with a check out of position. If he bets, I'm probably gonna have to fold. Yeah, he bets half pot, so we'll just get out. So I just offsuit. Not really gonna play it, like whatever happens. Even if I'm left 1v1 against the big blind, where I play a lot of hands from the small blind, 5 just offsuit is just terrible, so it's just gonna be a fault anyways. Man, it's kind of sad that there's only 2 tournaments that I can play right now. I would really love if I had like 4, 5 tables at least, but we just we got covered pretty bad in the deep run we had in the EPT Paris main event, where I had the aces, the other guy had the 9s. It was a perfect setup and he hit a 9. I'm very sad still, but it happens, what can you do? Oh wait. Okay, so here we have 3 high, but this guy's on for 4 big blinds. No, I don't think I can go with 3 high. I mean, it's too much. I'm gonna have to fold. This guy goes with 6 high. I mean, it's better. Okay, here I have kings in the hyper. We're gonna raise, obviously. Oh no, why is everybody folding? Play a pot against my kings. Okay, in the bounty, we have another interesting spot. This guy min raises, so he's trying to disguise the fact that he's actually all in for 2 big blinds. And we have an ace, so I'm gonna jump and try to isolate his bounty. He's not gonna hide from me. I see that you have a bounty there. Okay, another guy calls, so we cover them both. We have the best hand for now. So 81, and we win. Nice, so we win 2 more bounties. That's 340 more. We have 510 in total. We actually have a stack, which is nice. Left seat, 25 big blinds. We're approaching the bow actually. Wow. So it's really a fast tournament. It started 1 hour ago and it's already on the bubble. Okay. That's good to know actually. I'm gonna register this tournament more often in the night if it's going that fast. Oh, this guy is really good actually. I have played against him, like he's in the good rack. Here we have 9 high. Hopefully this guy folds, because we can call win. Okay, he doesn't. Queen 8. I mean, if everybody folds, we can try to see a flop. Yeah, there's a window, so we're gonna have to fold. Some crazy stuff is going on everywhere. A lot of all-ins. Five, 7. My hand. Okay, I think I collected a lot of material today for videos actually. I have some, ideas for at least like 3 videos now. I have noticed in myself that I'm really lazy about creating videos. Like, I love streaming, I love playing the game, but I'm really, really lazy when it comes to creating videos. It's so tedious to just watch yourself over and over and have to cut every single part that is like, that is a highlight. So I don't think, the YouTube video making part is really for me. I love the streaming. I love, interacting with people, like getting to know some people in chat, just talking about my game, not only playing it, but, speaking out loud what I'm thinking about certain hands. But the video making part, it's not for me. I mean, I'm gonna do it. I enjoy creating content, but I enjoy it once I have created it. I don't enjoy the process of creating it. It's really strange. I like the final product when I make something, but it's really, tedious when you have to just watch yourself over and over again. Maybe that's the biggest thing that I don't like, having to watch myself, because I think everybody has that. When they hear their own voice, they're kind of like, nobody really likes listening to their own voice. Pocket deuces here. I mean, 13 big blinds is still a lot. We're kind of approaching the bubble, so I'm gonna pass. I'm not gonna go all in with pocket twos. Maybe pocket fours even is where I start going all in, but pocket twos and threes I'm definitely gonna fold, because they just don't have blockers, and yeah, exactly that happens. Somebody could have tens, and I would have had a straight and I would have won, but that doesn't matter, because the results don't matter. What matters is making good decisions. That's how poker works. You just make good decisions, and by making a lot of good decisions in a row, you increase your chances of winning. So for example, here ace king, great hand. This game in raises over 6 big blinds. I don't know what that is, but we're just all in because we have ace king. That's a good decision. Like, even we would have won the previous hand if we went all in with deuces, and if we lose this one because we're up against aces, it fucking hurts. But it's a better decision, even though the results are worse. What a fucking setup, though. Like, this guy has 6 fucking big blinds, and he gets aces, and I get ace king at the same time. Fucking setups. Okay, so if I press here. Okay, I just learned something new. We have 5 big blinds now, which is, not great. We don't have huge chances of making the money now, but there's still possibilities. For 5 big blinds, if we win two all wins in a row, we're back up to like 20 something. So we're definitely not out yet. It's just gonna take some lucky hands. Ace queen holds, good for him, good for Chinaman. He has a China flag, and he's from Brazil. Wow. Okay, so 5 big blinds. We have an ace high. That's probably gonna be on our win, especially if these two guys fold. Fold, please. Oh, please. Get out of my way. Even though you're behind me, so you're technically not in my way. The guy's in my way. Okay. So he jumps 12. I mean, I guess I'm gonna fold because I'm never really doing that great. It's actually difficult here. Yeah, I guess I'm gonna fold because I'm gonna get better spots where I am the one shoving. Like, being the one who goes all-in is always better than calling an all-in, because being the one that goes all-in doesn't necessarily mean that you're gonna run your hand's equity up to the river. So basically what that means is that when you go all-in, there's a chance that nobody calls you. So there's a chance you just win, 3.2 big blinds in the middle by everybody folding. And when you call all-in, there's no chance of like not seeing a flop turn in river. You're always gonna see it. And ace-3 offsuit, I don't think it's gonna be really ahead much of the time. Like sometimes my opponent is gonna have king queen, king jack, queen jack suited, jack 10 suited, king 10 suited, something like that. But and I'm ahead of those hands, but I'm ahead by like 56%. So I'm not really ahead by much. And at the same time, he's gonna have a lot of ace-5, ace-6, ace-7, ace-8, ace-9 through ace-king, which is much more likely, and I only have 25% against those. So here for big blinds, queen 9 offsuit, I'm just gonna jump. For 4 big blinds is good enough, and now I have the chance of everybody folding, so I get called. It's not a huge chance when I jump 4 big blinds for everybody to fold, but there is some chance. And now I'm gonna take my equity, which is gonna be around 40%, I'm gonna guess, against the calling range. This guy jumps, which is not good. Yeah, kings. Yeah, I had 40% against ace jack. It's just unfortunate that this guy woke up with kings. He just spawned with a good hand. So we're out in 318th place, which is almost in the money, but not exactly. So I'm gonna unregister the Hyper 330 because it seems like we're not gonna stay much more. We only have one table left, and I don't think I want to start another tournament and just play one table for 2 more hours. So unregistering that. We managed to play 30 tournaments today, which is, that is counting the re-entries actually. So, maybe we played like 24 tournaments and 6 of those were re-entries, but it's still good. 30 tournaments in a day. We had the deep runs in the Hypers, the Hyper 330, the Hyper 550. I can make videos out of those. This guy makes it 3 instead of jamming. I don't know what is this. Okay, ace queen, definitely gonna be an all-in. We actually covered the big blind, so if we get called, we can actually win a bounty. The classic min bet with 6 big blinds in most stakes, yeah. I was thinking it, I didn't say it out loud, but I was like, okay, 6 big blinds min raise, very suspicious. Okay, we got called by ace jack, we're actually paying for a bounty, 93, and we won the bounty, great. So that's probably the best thing that could happen in this spot, so it happened. But yeah, even though I thought to myself that this guy, it's suspicious for him to min raise with 6 big blinds, I'm still never folding ace king, so yeah, it's just an annoying setup. It happens sometimes. So we have 680 in bounties already. Ace 5. I think this hand is, if everybody folds, it's gonna be a good way to go all in against the big blind. But this guy raised, so we can just fold. So playing one table right now, I'm really considering, ending the stream, just because the action is really slow, and if I somehow manage to reach, a final table, maybe I'll start the stream again. Not maybe, I'll definitely start the stream again if I reach, let's say, 30 people left or something like that. But for now, it's just one table, and we're 500 people left, so, there's not that big of a chance of me actually going very deep. Okay, king, queen, 7, all hearts. I think nines here with a heart is a very good way to check, because betting doesn't really achieve much. Like if he has a better heart, he's gonna call. If he has a king or a queen, he's gonna call, and that's, worse hands. Maybe sometimes I get called by a 7. That's the only thing I'm getting value from, but... Or maybe worse cards. Okay, there are some things that I'm getting value from, but at the same time, if I bet and I get check raised, it's gonna be, like, pretty awful. Okay, I check. He bets 1/3, so I'm gonna call. I have a heart, I have nines. I hit my flush on the river. So hopefully... Okay, he bets small. I mean... Is he really value betting the 6 of hearts here? Because that's like the card that I'm beating. 6 of hearts and lower. I mean, there's also the chance that he's bluffing, but some of his bluffs come from 9x, like 9 jack, 9-10. So I'm gonna fold here. I'm actually not gonna call. Because I think there's a very big chance that he has just the 10 of hearts or the jack of hearts, something like that. Queen 10. Queen 10 is gonna be a race if everybody folds before me. Okay, we raise. And that's probably the last hand that I'm gonna play, and then I'm gonna end the stream. It's close to... It's actually not close to... It's over 9 hours already. So we had a pretty good session, 9 hours long. We get jammed on. That's unfortunate. We can't call, so we're gonna have to fold. Okay, so I'm ending the stream here. Thank you very much, Gerald, for joining and actually, participating so much in the chat. I love talking to you. I'm gonna stream more, for now. I'm definitely gonna stream on Sundays very often, like almost every Sunday. Very few exceptions, and I'm gonna try to squeeze in a stream here or there during the weeks. So yeah, there are gonna be more streams coming. I'm gonna try to make videos now out of the content that I have out of the stream, because I think there are some interesting videos that could be made. So again, thank you very much for joining, participating in the chat. Thanks to everyone else that actually joined in the chat. And we'll see each other again next time. So pocket fives. You actually stay. Okay, this guy raises. He actually... Yeah, I'm gonna fold. Okay, so good night to everyone, and